Hello everyone, I am the storyteller, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that like the video and subscribe to the channel also. Where are you from and what time are you watching now? Get comfortable and relaxy. Moved into the Meridian Heights apartment complex on a Tuesday in October. Drawn by the rent price and the building's odd reputation for quiet tenants. The landlord, Mrs. Chen, had mentioned during the walkthrough that the previous tenant had lived there for 18 years without a single noise complaint. She said this with a peculiar emphasis, as if noise complaints were currency in some economy. I didn't understand. The apartment itself was unremarkable, a studio with hardwood floors that creaked in specific patterns, a kitchen window that faced the brick wall of the adjacent building, and a bathroom dominated by an ornate mirror that seemed too large for the space. The mirror's frame was carved mahogany, intricate with spiraling patterns that drew the eye inward. Mrs. Chen had paused before it during our tour, her reflection multiplying in the glass as she adjusted her position. "The mirror stays," she had said, running her fingers along its frame. "It's been here longer than I've owned the building. 43 years, maybe more." The previous tenant was very particular about its care. I had nodded, distracted by my own reflection. The glass had an unusual quality, not quite silver, not quite clear. It made my skin appear pale, my features sharper than they seemed in other mirrors. I attributed this to age, or some quirk in the silvering. The first month passed without incident. I established routines. Morning coffee by the kitchen window, evening reading in the corner chair, weekend grocery runs to the bodega, 3 blocks down. The building maintained its reputation for silence. I rarely heard footsteps in the hallway, never caught voices through the walls. Even the usual urban symphony sirens, car horns, construction seemed muted here, as if the building existed in a pocket of stillness within the city's chaos. It was during my second month that I noticed the mirror's reflection arrived a fraction of a second late. I first observed this while brushing my teeth one evening. I raised my hand to wipe my mouth, and in my peripheral vision, I caught my reflection doing the same, but just slightly after. The delay was so brief I initially dismissed it as fatigue. Late nights at the office had been wearing on me, and I'd been drinking more coffee than usual. Sleep deprivation could create all sorts of perceptual oddities, but the delay persisted. Each morning, as I prepared for work, I became increasingly aware of this temporal gap. I would turn my head, and my reflection would turn a heartbeat later. I would lift my arms, and the mirror me would follow like an actor who had missed their cue. The delay was consistent, perhaps a quarter of a second, maybe less, but unmistakable once noticed. I began testing it deliberately. Standing before the mirror in the evening, I would make sudden movements, a quick wave, a head tilt, a step to the side. Each time, my reflection lagged behind by that same impossible fraction of time. The delay never varied, never disappeared. It was as if the mirror existed in a slightly different temporal stream, one that flowed just behind my reality. During this period, I also became aware of the building's peculiar acoustics. Sound seemed to behave strangely here. Conversations in the hallway would cut off mid-sentence when I approached my door, as if the speakers had suddenly become conscious of being overheard. The elevator's mechanical humming would sometimes continue. 4 minutes after it had stopped moving, the sound seeming to emanate from within the walls themselves. Most unsettling was the way my own voice sounded different in the apartment flatter. Somehow, as if the space absorbed certain frequencies, while amplifying others. I mentioned these observations to Mrs. Chen when she stopped by to inspect the heating system in November. She listened to my description of the mirror with an expression I couldn't interpret, her eyes fixed on something just over my shoulder. "The mirror requires certain conditions," she said eventually. The previous tenant understood this. He was very good about maintaining the proper environment. "What kind of conditions?" "Quiet," she said, as if this explained everything. "The mirror needs silence to function properly. Too much noise, Too much disturbance, and it becomes unreliable. She refused to elaborate, but as she left, she paused at the door. The previous tenant moved out quite suddenly, she said. Left behind most of his belongings. Said he couldn't stand to look at himself anymore. That night, I stood before the mirror for nearly an hour, studying my delayed reflection. The face that looked back at me seemed increasingly foreign, not just late, but somehow more angular, the shadows deeper, the expression more severe than I remembered my own face being. I began to wonder if the delay wasn't in the reflections, timing, but in my own perception of it. Perhaps I was the one out of sync. Sleep became elusive. I would lie in bed, acutely aware of the mirror's presence in the bathroom, its dark surface reflecting nothing in the absence of light, yet somehow still radiating a sense of watchfulness. I started leaving the bathroom door closed, but this only heightened my awareness of what waited beyond it. The mirror's presence pressed against my consciousness like a weight, demanding acknowledgement even when hidden from view. By December, the delay had increased. What had been a quarter-second lag had stretched to nearly a full second. I would move, and my reflection would follow like a shadow reluctant to detach from its owner. The temporal distance created an uncanny valley. I was watching myself, but not quite myself. The reflection had become something adjacent to me, a parallel version existing in a slightly different time stream. I researched the building's history, spending hours in the public library's basement archives. The Meridian Heights had been constructed in 1952, originally intended as luxury housing. The architectural plans showed nothing unusual: standard plumbing, electrical systems, room layouts, but the tenant records revealed a pattern. People rarely stayed long. The average tenancy was 8 months. Those who stayed longer often left abruptly, with little notice and few forwarding addresses. One name appeared repeatedly in the records: James Whitmore, who had occupied my apartment for those 18 years Mrs. Chen had mentioned. His lease payments were always on time, never a complaint filed. But the maintenance requests told a different story. Repeated calls about irregularities, requests for the bathroom mirror to be cleaned, then requests for it to be adjusted, then increasingly frantic demands for it to be removed entirely, all denied by the building management. The last entry in Whitmore's file was a handwritten note: tenant reports mirror showing incorrect reflection. Psychiatric evaluation recommended. Request denied. Tenant responsible for mirrors continued maintenance per lease agreement clause 7.3. I found clause 7.3 in my own lease, buried in the fine print. It stated that I was responsible for maintaining the bathroom mirror in proper working condition, and that any damage or removal would result in immediate lease termination and forfeiture of security deposit. The clause seemed oddly specific for what should have been a standard fixture. The mirror's delay continued to increase. By January, my reflection trailed behind by 2 seconds, then 3. I would raise my hand, and seconds later, the mirror me would do the same. But the movement wasn't quite identical anymore. My reflection's gestures had become more deliberate, more considered, as if it were consciously choosing to mimic my actions rather than simply reflecting them. Worse, I began to notice the reflection continuing its movements after I had stopped. I would wave, then lower my hand, and the mirror me would complete its wave before slowly lowering its own hand. These extensions were subtle, an extra moment of gesture, a lingering turn of the head, but they suggested the reflection was developing its own momentum, its own intentions. I started avoiding the bathroom mirror, using the small mirror above my bedroom dresser for my morning routine. But even when I wasn't looking directly at the large mirror, I could sense activity within it. Peripheral movement, the suggestion of motion behind the glass. It was as if my reflection continued to exist there, whether I was present or not, carrying on its own existence in that delayed time stream. The building's silence had become oppressive. I realized I hadn't heard my neighbors in weeks, no footsteps, No voices. No signs of habitation beyond the faint glow of lights under doorways. The elevator, when I used it, seemed to move through floors that were completely empty. The mailboxes in the lobby remained full, mail piling up uncollected. I began to suspect that I might be the building's only remaining tenant, though Mrs. Chen continued to insist, during our brief encounters, that the building was fully occupied. One evening in February, I made a decision that would change everything. I would confront the mirror directly, force it to synchronize with my movements. I positioned myself squarely before it, hands at my sides, and began a series of deliberate motions. Wave. Step left. Raise right hand. Turn head. Each movement performed slowly, deliberately, watching for the reflection's response. The delay had grown to nearly 5 seconds. I would move, count to 5, then watch my reflection perform the same action. But as I continued, I noticed something that made my breath catch. The reflection's movements weren't just delayed, they were increasingly autonomous. When I raised my left hand, the reflection raised its right. When I stepped left, it stepped right. We were becoming mirror opposites, not just in image, but in action. Then, as I watched in growing horror, the reflection stopped following my movements entirely. I raised both hands above my head, and the reflection kept its arms at its sides. I waved frantically, and it stood perfectly still, watching me with an expression of calm interest. We had become completely desynchronized. For several minutes, we simply stared at each other, me in the bathroom, it in whatever space existed behind the glass. Its expression was patient, almost pitying, as if it had been waiting for this moment of recognition. Then, slowly, it raised one hand and pressed its palm against the glass from the inside. The mirror's surface rippled like water. I stumbled backwards, my heart hammering against my ribs. The reflection no longer. My reflection watched me retreat with that same calm expression. Its hand remained pressed against the glass, and I could see the impression of its palm and fingers pushing outward, distorting the mirror's surface into a shallow bulge. I fled the bathroom, slamming the door behind me, but I could still feel its presence, stronger now, more assertive. The entire apartment seemed to pulse with its awareness. I pressed my back against the bathroom door, breathing heavily, trying to rationalize what I had seen. Stress, isolation, lack of sleep, these could all contribute to hallucinations, but the rational part of my mind was rapidly losing ground to a more primitive certainty. Something was living in that mirror, and it was no longer content to merely reflect. Over the following days, I avoided the bathroom mirror entirely, using the kitchen sink for my hygiene needs. But I could hear its soft sounds from behind the closed door, the quiet squeak of someone shifting their weight, the whisper of fabric against fabric. Occasionally, a gentle tap against the glass, as if it were trying to get my attention. I called Mrs. Chen, demanding an explanation. She listened to my increasingly frantic description with that same unreadable expression. Mr. Whitmore experienced similar difficulties, she said finally. He found that the mirror responds to attention. The more focus you give it, the more active it becomes. The solution is simple. Ignore it completely. Pretend it doesn't exist. How am I supposed to ignore something that's living in my bathroom? The mirror has been here for 43 years, she said. It has seen many tenants. Some adapt, some don't. Those who don't usually leave within a few months. What happened to Whitmore? A long pause. Mr. Whitmore tried to break the mirror. The lease forbids this, as I'm sure you remember. When I came to evict him, he was standing in the bathroom, talking to his reflection. He said it had been giving him advice about his life, helping him make decisions. He said it knew him better than he knew himself. The line went quiet for so long I thought she had hung up. Then, when I found him, he was trying to climb through the mirror. He believed his reflection was the real version of himself, and he was just an echo. We had to call the paramedics. I hung up without saying goodbye. That night, I lay in bed, listening to the sounds from the bathroom. The tapping had become more insistent, more rhythmic. I could hear what sounded like pacing slow, measured steps on the bathroom floor, though I knew no one was there. The footsteps would pause at the mirror, then resume, as if whoever was walking was checking their reflection with each pass. Around 3 in the morning, I heard my own voice coming from the bathroom. It was speaking quietly, as if engaged in conversation. I couldn't make out the words, but the cadence, the tone, it was unmistakably my voice. I crept to the bathroom door and pressed my ear against it. The voice was clearer now, and I could hear what it was saying. Never understood how lonely it gets in here. Time moves differently. I've been waiting for someone who would really listen, really understand. The others were too frightened, too quick to run, but you're different. You've been patient. You've been watching. There was a pause, as if the voice was listening to a response I couldn't hear. Then it continued. I know what you want. I know what you need. I've been watching you for months now, learning your habits, your fears, your desires. I can be everything you're not. I can be everything you wish you were. I jerked away from the door, my hands shaking. The voice was coming from inside the bathroom, but I was the only person in the apartment. Unless I was talking in my sleep, walking in my sleep, having conversations I couldn't remember. The next morning, I forced myself to enter the bathroom. I needed to use the toilet, and I couldn't continue living in avoidance. I kept my eyes focused on the floor, refusing to look at the mirror. But as I went about my business, I could sense movement in my peripheral vision. The reflection was there, active, performing its own morning routine, independent of my actions. When I finished, I made the mistake of glancing up. The reflection was already looking at me. It had been waiting for eye contact. When our gazes met, it smiled a slow, knowing smile that I had never seen on my own face. Then it mouthed something, a single word repeated slowly so I couldn't miss it. Switch. I ran from the bathroom, from the apartment, from the building. I spent the day at the office, then the evening at a bar, then the night at a hotel. But even surrounded by other people, in rooms with normal mirrors that showed normal reflections, I could feel its presence. It had established a connection that distance couldn't break. I returned to the apartment the next evening, knowing I had no choice. Running would only delay the inevitable confrontation. The mirror needed silence to function properly, Mrs. Chen had said. Perhaps if I broke that silence, if I filled the apartment with noise, I could disrupt whatever mechanism allowed it to operate. I brought home a portable radio, a small television, and a laptop. I set them all to different stations, different volumes, creating a cacophony of competing sounds. The apartment filled with overlapping voices, music, static. I cranked the volume as high as I could tolerate, then higher. The effect was immediate. The building seemed to tremble with the violation of its enforced quiet. I could hear doors slamming in the hallway, angry voices through the walls, the first signs of neighboring tenants I had detected in months. The elevator began running constantly, as if residents were fleeing the building in mass. I approached the bathroom cautiously. Through the closed door, I could hear what sounded like someone in distress, rapid breathing, muffled cries, the sound of hands slapping against glass. The mirror was in pain, or at least experiencing something analogous to pain. I opened the bathroom door. The mirror's surface was writhing like liquid, the reflection trapped inside, pressing against the glass with both hands, its mouth open in what appeared to be a scream I couldn't hear above the electronic chaos. Its face was contorted with desperation, with rage, with something deeper than either emotion. As I watched, the reflection began to fade. Its features became less distinct, its movements weaker. The noise was disrupting the delicate conditions it needed to maintain its existence. I had found its weakness, but as the reflection grew fainter, I felt something draining from myself as well. My energy, my substance. my sense of existing in the world. The reflection wasn't a separate entity living in the mirror, it was the part of me that existed in reflection, the version of myself that I saw in every mirror, every window, every reflective surface. By destroying it, I was destroying an essential component of my own existence. I lunged for the radio, turning down the volume. The reflection solidified immediately, gasping as if it had been drowning, its eyes fixed on mine with an expression of profound gratitude and something else, recognition of a shared dependency. I turned off the television, the laptop. The apartment fell silent again, and in that silence, I understood what Mrs. Chen had meant. The mirror didn't need silence to function, I needed silence to hear what it was trying to tell me. I sat on the bathroom floor, looking up at my reflection. It looked back with infinite patience. "What do you want?" I asked aloud. The reflection's mouth moved, and this time I could hear the words, as if they were coming from inside my own head. "I want to live." "You are living." "No, I'm reflecting. I'm copying. I'm responding. I want to make my own choices, have my own experiences. I want to be more than just your echo." I understood then what it was proposing, what Whitmore had attempted, what the mirror had been preparing for since the moment I had moved in. "The switch," I said. "You would live in the reflection world, and I would live in the solid world. You would see what it's like to exist in response to someone else's actions, to never be first, never be original. And I would finally know what it feels like to move through space without waiting for permission." The proposition was insane, impossible, but sitting on that bathroom floor, looking at my reflection's earnest expression, it began to seem reasonable. Hadn't I always felt like I was following someone else's script, responding to life rather than creating it? Hadn't I always been slightly out of sync with the world around me, always arriving a moment too late to fully participate? "How?" I asked. "Touch the glass. Press your palm against mine. The mirror will do the rest." I stood slowly, my reflection rising with me. We faced each other across the impossible barrier of the glass. I raised my hand, and it raised its hand. Our palms approached each other, separated by the thickness of the mirror. "Wait," I said. "What happened to Whitmore? Did he make the switch?" The reflection's expression grew sad. "Mr. Whitmore tried, but he hesitated at the last moment. He pulled his hand away, just as the transfer began. The interruption damaged the mirror's mechanism. He became trapped between reflections, not fully in either world. He still exists in the mirror, but fragmented, scattered across multiple reflections throughout the building. Sometimes you can see pieces of him in the elevator, mirrors, the lobby glass, the windows. He's trying to reassemble himself, but he's been broken for too long." I thought of the building's peculiar emptiness, the sense of being watched from reflective surfaces, the feeling that I was the only resident in a building that should have been full. Will the same thing happen to me? Only if you hesitate. The process requires complete commitment. You must want the switch more than you want to remain yourself. And that was the question, wasn't it? Did I want to remain myself? Looking at my reflection, I saw everything. I wasn't certain, reactive, always following, rather than leading. But I also saw everything I could become in the world beyond the glass. The reflection world might be secondary, derivative, but it was also free from the weight of being primary. There was a kind of peace in responding rather than initiating, in being an echo rather than the original sound. I pressed my palm against the glass. The mirror's surface was warm, yielding. My reflection pressed its palm against mine from the other side, and I felt the barrier between us dissolve. The glass became liquid, then vapor, then nothing at all. Our palms touched, skin to skin, and I felt myself flowing forward, through the space where the mirror had been, into the world of reflections. The transition was seamless, like stepping through a doorway into an adjacent room. But as I crossed over, I saw my reflection now in the solid world step back with an expression of triumph and relief. It flexed its fingers, experimentally solid, then smiled at me with my own face. "Thank you," it said, its voice now coming from the real world, while mine emerged from the reflection. I looked around my new environment. It was the same bathroom, but reversed the door handle on the wrong side. The text on the shampoo bottles backwards, everything a mirror image of what I had known. But it felt right somehow, like coming home to a place I had never been, but had always belonged. "Will I be able to leave?" I asked. "You'll exist in every reflection in the building," my former reflection explained. "Mirrors, windows, polished surfaces. You'll see the world from every reflective angle. You'll know things about the residents that they don't know about themselves. Their private moments, their unguarded expressions, their true faces. And sometimes, if someone spends enough time looking, if they're lonely enough, desperate enough, you'll be able to speak to them." It was a form of existence I had never imagined distributed across reflections, experiencing the world from countless angles simultaneously. As I accepted this new reality, I began to sense the other presences in the reflection world. Whitmore was here, scattered and fragmented, but still conscious, still aware, and others previous tenants who had made the same choice, who had found the world of reflections preferable to the world of substance. We were a community of echoes, watching the living world from behind the glass, occasionally reaching out to touch the minds of those who looked too long, who questioned too deeply, who needed what we had to offer. My former reflection turned to leave the bathroom, eager to explore its new solidity. As it reached the door, it paused and looked back at me. "One thing," it said, "Mrs. Chen knows about the mirror. She's been facilitating these switches for decades. She finds tenants who are ready, who need the change. She'll be looking for the next one soon. Why? Because the mirror needs to feed. Each switch gives it energy, allows it to maintain the connection between worlds. Without regular switches, it would fade, and all of us would fade with it." I thought about this as my former reflection left the bathroom, closing the door behind it. I was now part of the mirror's ecosystem, dependent on its continued existence, invested in its need for new participants. I would watch through the glass as future tenants discovered the delay in their reflections, would listen as they grew increasingly obsessed with understanding what was happening to them, and when they were ready, when the world of substance had become unbearable and the world of reflection seemed preferable, I would be there to guide them through the transition. The first candidate arrived 3 weeks later, young woman named Sarah, who had recently ended a difficult relationship and was looking for a quiet place to start over. I watched from the bathroom mirror as she moved her belongings into the apartment, noting the particular way she avoided her own reflection, the self-consciousness that suggested she was already uncomfortable with her own image. She would be perfect. The mirror needs silence to function properly, but it needs something else too. It needs people who are willing to trade their substance for the peace of being an echo, and there will always be people ready to make that trade. People who have grown tired of being responsible for their own existence, who want to step back into the supporting role of reflection. I pressed my palm against the glass from the inside, watching Sarah unpack her belongings. Soon, I would begin to establish the delay in her reflection. Soon, she would begin to notice the temporal gap between her movements and their mirror image. Soon, she would begin the journey toward understanding what the mirror was offering. The building maintained its reputation for quiet tenants, but the silence was deeper now, more profound. It was the silence of people who had found peace in giving up their primary existence, who had discovered that being a reflection was preferable to being the original dot in the world of echoes. We waited patiently for the next person who would choose to join us, who would decide that the mirror world was more honest than the substantial world, more real in its acknowledgement of our essential nature as responses rather than initiators. The mirror needs silence, yes, but more than that, It needs people who understand that sometimes the reflection is truer than the original, that sometimes the echo carries more meaning than the sound that created it. I settled into my new existence, distributed across every reflective surface in the building, watching the living world with the patient attention of someone who had finally found their proper place, not in front of the mirror, but behind it, in the space where reflections live and wait and remember what it was like to be solid. I should have known something was wrong when Mrs. Chen started leaving the notes. They appeared on Tuesday mornings, always Tuesday mornings, slipped under my apartment door while I slept. The first one was simple enough. Please remember to participate in building activities. Community engagement is mandatory per lease agreement, Section 4.7. I'd lived in the Meridian Heights complex for 3 years and had never seen Section 4.7, but I also hadn't read my lease since signing it. The handwriting was precise, each letter formed with the careful attention of someone who took their role seriously. I crumpled the note and forgot about it until the following Tuesday, when another appeared. Failure to attend scheduled events will result in lease review. Next gathering. Community Room B, Thursday 7 p.m. Refreshments provided. This time I kept the note, smoothing it flat on my kitchen counter. The paper felt expensive, heavier than standard copy paper, with a faint watermark I couldn't quite make. Out. Mrs. Chen was the building manager, a woman in her 60s who wore the same navy cardigan every day and spoke in clipped, efficient sentences. I'd interacted with her exactly 4 times, twice about maintenance requests, once about a package delivery, and once when she'd informed me that my rent check had been received 2 days late, though I was certain I'd mailed it on time. She had this way of looking at you that made you feel like you were being cataloged, filed away for future reference. I decided to attend the Thursday gathering, partly out of curiosity, and partly because something in that second note felt less like an invitation and more like a summons. Community Room B was in the basement, down a narrow hallway I'd never noticed before, despite living here for 3 years. The fluorescent lights buzzed with that particular frequency that makes your teeth ache, and the air carried the musty smell of old carpet and industrial disinfectant. When I pushed open the door, marked with a faded placard that read, Community, Space Residents Only, I found myself in a windowless room with beige walls and folding chairs arranged in a perfect circle. 11 other residents sat waiting, each holding a paper cup of what looked like fruit punch. I recognized some faces from the mailroom or elevator encounters, but I'd never spoken to any of them at length. There was Mr. Valdez from 3C, who always wore the same brown sweater and carried a leather briefcase everywhere. Mrs. Patterson from my floor, whose apartment constantly smelled like cat food, though I'd never seen a cat. The young couple from 2B, whose names I'd never learned. Sitting with their hands folded identically in their laps, Mrs. Chen stood at the center of the circle, still wearing her navy cardigan despite the basement's stifling warmth. Welcome, she said, her voice carrying easily in the small space. I'm pleased to see everyone could make it. Please, take a seat. Take a cup. A folding table near the door held a large punch bowl filled with bright red liquid. I ladled some into a paper cup, noting how the punch seemed to glow under the harsh, fluorescent lighting. It tasted like artificial fruit and left a strange aftertaste, metallic and lingering. As you all know, Mrs. Chen continued once I'd settled into the only empty chair. Community participation is essential to maintaining the harmony of our building. Tonight, we'll be playing a simple game, a getting to know you exercise. She produced a wooden box from beneath her chair, old-fashioned and carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. Each of you will draw a card. The card will have a question. You must answer honestly. Complete honesty is required. The box passed from hand to hand around the circle. When it reached me, I lifted the lid and found myself looking at perhaps 50 cards, each one blank on the visible side. I selected one at random, feeling the cardstock between my fingers, the same heavy paper as the notes, with that same elusive watermark. "Mr. Valdez," Mrs. Chen said, "please begin." Mr. Valdez turned his card over and read, in a voice barely above a whisper, "What is the worst thing you've ever done?" He was quiet for a long moment, staring at the card. "Then, I let my brother die. He was drowning in the lake behind our house when we were children. I could have saved him, but I was afraid of the water. I watched him go under, and I told myself I couldn't swim well enough to help. But I could have. I should have." The room was silent except for the buzzing of the fluorescent lights. Mrs. Chen nodded once, as if this confession was exactly what she'd expected. Double quotes, Mrs. Patterson. The older woman's hands shook as she turned her card. "What secret do you keep from everyone?" She closed her eyes before answering. "I killed my husband. Not all at once. Little by little, with rat poison in his coffee for 6 months. He was cruel to me, but that's not why I did it. I did it because I wanted to see if I could, because I wanted to know what it felt like to have that power." My punch cup felt slippery in my hands. I wanted to leave, to stand up and walk out, but something kept me glued to the metal chair. Around the circle, each person revealed, increasingly, disturbing truths. Childhood murders, elaborate revenge schemes, decades of careful deception. The young couple from to be admitted to running an identity theft operation that had destroyed hundreds of lives. Their identical postures suddenly seemed less like marital harmony and more like synchronized predation. When the box reached me for the second time, my hands were shaking. The card I drew felt warm, as if it had been held by many people before. Me. I turned it over and read, "What are you most afraid someone will discover about you?" The answer came unbidden, spilling from my lips before I could stop it. I killed my daughter. Not directly, but I was supposed to pick her up from school that day, and I forgot. I was working late, trying to impress my boss, and I forgot my own child. She walked home alone and was hit by a car 3 blocks from our house. Everyone said it was an accident, that the driver didn't see her, but I know it was my fault. I know I murdered my daughter through my own selfishness. The words hung in the air like smoke. I'd never told anyone this, not my ex-wife, not my therapist, not the police officers who took my statement. The official story was that Sarah had decided to walk home on her own, that it was a beautiful day and she wanted to enjoy the sunshine. No one knew I was supposed to pick her up. No one knew about the agreement I'd broken. Mrs. Chen was smiling now, a thin, satisfied expression. "Excellent. You see how much better we all know each other now. How much more honest our community has become." The game continued for another hour. We drew more cards, revealed more secrets, confessed to crimes and cruelties that should have landed us all in prison. But with each revelation, the room seemed to grow warmer, more comfortable. The punch tasted sweeter. The fluorescent lights buzzed less aggressively. "Same time next week," Mrs. Chen announced as we filed out. "Attendance is mandatory." I climbed the stairs to my floor in a daze, my legs feeling disconnected from my body. In my apartment, I tried to convince myself that what had happened was some kind of group hypnosis, a psychological experiment gone wrong. But when I looked in the bathroom mirror, I could see the change in my own eyes. There was a lightness there, a relief I hadn't felt in years. The weight of Sarah's death hadn't disappeared, but it had shifted somehow, become something shared rather than something carried alone. The next Tuesday brought another note. "Thank you for your participation. Your honesty was refreshing. Building community requires vulnerability. Next gathering, Thursday 7 p.m. Community Room B, refreshments provided." I attended the next meeting, and the next. Each week, we drew cards and confessed new sins. Mrs. Chen never drew a card herself, but she listened to each confession with the same satisfied smile, as if she were collecting something precious. By the 4th week, I began to notice changes. In the other residence, Mr. Valdez had started wearing different clothes, brighter colors. Mrs. Patterson hummed in the hallways, the young couple from To Be held hands when they walked, genuine affection replacing their previous synchronization. We all seemed lighter, unburdened, but there were other changes too, subtler ones. I found myself remembering conversations differently, questioning details that had once seemed fixed. Had Sarah really been hit by a car, or had that been someone else's child? The memory felt fluid, changeable. Sometimes I remembered being at her funeral, and sometimes I remembered her growing up, graduating high school, getting married. During the 6th week's gathering, I drew a card that read, "What is your real name?" The question struck me as though everyone knew my name was David Morrison. But when I opened my mouth to answer, different words came out. Marcus Webb. I've been David Morrison for 12 years. Since I killed the real David Morrison and took his identity. The confession felt true as I spoke it, though I couldn't remember the details of the murder. Mrs. Chen nodded approvingly, and I felt that familiar wash of relief after the meeting. I went home and searched through my belongings for proof of my identity. My driver's license said David Morrison. My lease was signed by David Morrison. But in my bedroom closet, behind a stack of old tax returns, I found a small wooden box identical to the one Mrs. Chen used for the cards. Inside were documents bearing the name Marcus Webb, birth certificate, social security card, a high school diploma from a school I didn't remember attending. I sat on my bedroom floor, holding these papers and trying to reconcile them with my memories. Had I killed David Morrison? Had I stolen his life? The more I tried to remember, the more the details shifted and blurred. Sometimes I was Marcus, sometimes David, sometimes someone else entirely. The next Tuesday's note was different. Congratulations on your progress. Your integration is nearly complete. Final gathering, Thursday 7 p.m., community room B attendance, is not optional. Thursday arrived, gray and humid, the kind of weather that makes your skin feel tight and sticky. I found myself walking to community room B without making a conscious decision, my feet carrying me down the familiar path. The other residents were already there, sitting in the same circle, but something had changed. Their faces were softer, less defined, as if someone had smudged their features with an eraser. Mrs. Chen stood in the center as always, but now she seemed taller, more substantial. Her navy cardigan had been replaced by something that looked like shadow given form, shifting and rippling as she moved. "Welcome to our final gathering," she said, her voice echoing strangely in the small room. "You have all done so well, sharing your truths, lightening your burdens, but I'm afraid there's one more secret to reveal." She gestured to the walls around us, and I noticed for the first time that they were covered in photographs. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, showing people I didn't recognize in settings that seemed familiar. A man who looked like Mr. Valdez, but wasn't quite Mr. Valdez, standing in front of a house I'd never seen. A woman who resembled Mrs. Patterson, but younger, holding a baby. "You see," Mrs. Chen continued, "we've been collecting stories. All of you. Every confession, every revelation, every secret, they become part of our collection. And in exchange, we give you new stories, new identities, new lives to live." I looked around the circle and saw that the other residents were becoming less distinct by the moment, their edges blurring like watercolors in rain. The punch in my cup had turned black, and when I tried to set it down, I found my hand wouldn't release it. "The building needs stories," Mrs. Chen explained. "It feeds on them, your real stories, the ones you've been telling us. Give it strength, and in return, it gives you peace. No more guilt, no more regret, no more carrying the weight of who you used to be." My vision was starting to blur around the edges. I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't obey. "What are you?" I managed to ask. "We are the building," she said simply. "We are the stories it has collected, the lives it has consumed. and now you will become part of us. The last thing I remember clearly was the feeling of dissolving, of my edges becoming soft and indefinite. My memories of Sarah, of Marcus Webb, of David Morrison, of lives I'd lived, and crimes I'd committed, and secrets I'd kept, all of them floated away like smoke. When I woke up, I was sitting in my apartment, and it was Tuesday morning. There was a note under my door. Please remember to participate in building activities. Community engagement is mandatory per lease agreement, section 4.7. I read the note with the careful attention of someone who took their roles seriously. The handwriting was precise, each letter formed with deliberate care. I folded the note and placed it in the pocket of my navy cardigan, then went to prepare for the day's work. There were new residents to meet, new stories to collect. The building was always hungry, and I was here to feed it, in the basement. Community room B waited patiently, its folding chairs arranged in a perfect circle. The punch bowl sat ready on its table, filled with bright red liquid that glowed under the fluorescent lights. The wooden box rested beneath my chair, heavy with blank cards that would soon reveal the secrets of whoever drew them. I had work to do, but sometimes, late at night, I catch glimpses of something else in my reflection. A man named David Morrison, or perhaps Marcus Webb. Someone who once had a daughter named Sarah, and carried the weight of her death like a stone in his chest. These moments are brief, flickering, like candlelight in a drafty room. When they happen, I feel something I can't quite name: regret, maybe, or longing. But then morning comes, and there are notes to write, residents to gather, stories to collect. The building has its needs, and I have my purpose. The circle must continue, the game must be played, and everyone must play along. I should have read the fine print. That's what kept echoing in my mind as I sat in the beige waiting room of Meridian Properties, pen hovering over the lease agreement. The apartment was perfect too. Perfect, really. Hardwood floors, exposed brick, a view of the park from the 4th floor. The rent was almost reasonable, which in this city meant it was probably haunted or built on an ancient burial ground. But after 3 months of searching, sleeping on my sister's couch, and watching my savings dwindle, I wasn't in a position to be picky. The property manager, Ms. Chen, had been oddly insistent about certain clauses. She'd highlighted sections in yellow and made me initial next to them. Something about noise complaints after 11 p.m. Restrictions on guests staying overnight more than 3 consecutive nights. And a peculiar clause about reporting any unusual occurrences to building management within 24 hours. I'd asked what constituted unusual, but she'd just smiled and said I'd know it when I saw it. Most tenants never encounter anything worth reporting, she'd added, which wasn't exactly reassuring. I signed anyway. The apartment was mine, starting the 1st of the month, and I had exactly 4 days to move in. Ms. Chen handed me 2 sets of keys, one for the apartment, one for the building's front door, and a thick folder of building policies and emergency contacts. The weight of it surprised me. "Welcome to Meridian Heights," she said, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "I think you'll find it very, quiet." Moving day arrived with the kind of October chill that makes you want to stay in bed forever. I'd hired the cheapest movers I could find, 2 guys with a truck that looked like it had survived several apocalypses. They were efficient though, and by noon most of my life was stacked in boxes in apartment for B. The building itself was older than I'd expected from the listing photos. The lobby had that institutional feel of a place that had been renovated, just enough to pass inspection, but not enough to feel welcoming. The elevator was ancient, with brass buttons that had been polished, smooth by countless fingers. It creaked and groaned between floors, but it worked. My first week passed unremarkably. I unpacked, arranged furniture, and tried to make the space feel like home. The neighbors were invisible. I heard occasional footsteps in the hallway, the distant sound of a television through the walls, but I never saw anyone. The building seemed to exist in a state of perpetual quiet, as if sound itself was muffled by the thick walls and heavy carpet. It was on the 8th night that I first noticed the smell. I was in the kitchen, making tea before bed, when I caught it's something sweet and cloying, like flowers left too long in water. I checked the garbage, looked for spoiled food, even opened the windows to air out the apartment. But the smell persisted, strongest near the bathroom door. I found myself standing in the hallway outside my apartment at nearly midnight, trying to determine if the smell was coming from somewhere else in the building. The corridor was dimly lit by overhead fixtures that cast everything in a yellowish glow. The carpet here was newer than in the lobby, a deep burgundy that seemed to absorb light. As I stood there, I heard a soft scratching sound, like fingernails on wood. It was coming from the apartment across the hall. For a sin, I knocked gently, thinking maybe my neighbor was having trouble with something, but there was no answer. The scratching stopped. I went back to bed, but sleep took hours to come. The smell had faded, but I kept thinking about that sound. In the morning, I checked the mailboxes in the lobby. 4A was listed as vacant. The next few days brought more oddities. The elevator would sometimes stop on the 3rd floor without being called, doors opening to reveal an empty hallway. I'd find myself taking the stairs instead, though I couldn't explain why. The building's silence during the day was complete. No vacuum cleaners, no music, no conversation. It felt like living in a tomb. On Thursday, I received a notice slipped under my door. It was on Meridian Properties letterhead, but the formatting was strange. The text was slightly off-center, and the font looked like it had been printed on an old typewriter rather than a computer. Reminder: all tenants must report unusual occurrences within 24 hours of observation. Failure to comply may result in lease termination. Management reserves the right to investigate any reported incidents at their discretion. Below that, in handwriting I didn't recognize, some things cannot be unseen. I stared at the note for a long time. I hadn't reported the smell or the scratching sound. Technically, I was already in violation of my lease terms. But something about the handwritten addition made my skin crawl. Who had written it? Why? That night, I decided to stay awake and listen. I made coffee, settled into the chair by my living room window, and waited. The building was never completely silent. There were always the small sounds of an old structure settling, pipes expanding and contracting, the distant hum of machinery. But as the hours passed, I began to pick out patterns in the noise. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate steps on the carpeted floor. They paused outside my door, and I held my breath. Then they continued, stopping at 4A. I heard the sound of a key in a lock, a door opening and closing. But 4A was supposed to be vacant. I pressed my ear to the door, trying to hear what was happening across the hall. There was movement, the sound of furniture being dragged across the floor. It went on for hours, stopping only when the first pale light of dawn began to filter through my windows. I called the building management office as soon as it opened. Ms. Chen wasn't available, but her assistant, a young man with a nasal voice, insisted that 4A was indeed vacant and had been for several months. "Are you sure you heard something?" he asked. Old buildings can be tricky. Sounds carry in unexpected ways. I hung up feeling foolish but not convinced. That evening, I made a decision that would change everything. I was going to find out what was really happening in 4A. I waited until after midnight, then slipped out into the hallway with a flashlight. The corridor was darker than usual. One of the overhead lights had burned out, leaving deep shadows between the pools of illumination. I approached 4A's door and listened. Silence. I tried the handle. It was locked, as expected. But as I knelt to peer through the keyhole, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was light coming from under the doorknob. Electric. Light, but something warmer, more flickering, like candlelight. I stood there for what felt like hours, paralyzed by the implications. Someone was in that apartment. Someone who wasn't supposed to be there. Someone the building management claimed didn't exist. The scratching sound started again, but this time it was different. More urgent, more deliberate. It formed a pattern: 3 short scratches, then 2 long ones, then 3 short again, like Morse code, but not quite. I pressed my ear to the door, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. The scratching stopped, replaced by a sound that made my stomach drop. It was crying, soft, muffled sobs that seemed to come from everywhere, and nowhere at once. Then I heard my name. Not called out, but whispered, so quietly I almost missed it. My name, spoken in a voice I didn't recognize, but somehow found familiar. The sound seemed to come from inside the apartment, but also from inside my own head. I stumbled backward, nearly falling over my own feet in my haste to get away from the door. As I did, I heard the unmistakable sound of a lock turning. The door to 4A was opening. I ran. I didn't look back, didn't try to see who or what was emerging from that apartment. I fumbled with my keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely get them in the lock. Once inside, I threw the deadbolt and the chain, then pressed my back against the door and listened. Footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate. They stopped outside my door, and I heard the faintest sound of breathing on the other side. Then, so quietly I might have imagined it, a knock. 3 short taps, then 2 long ones, then 3 short again, the same pattern as the scratching. I didn't answer. I couldn't answer. I stood frozen against the door until the footsteps retreated and the hallway fell silent again. When I finally moved, it was to check every lock in the apartment, then to sit in my living room chair with the lights on and wait for morning. The next day, I called in sick to work. I couldn't concentrate on anything except what had happened in the hallway. I kept replaying the sound of my name being whispered, trying to place that voice. It was familiar in a way that made my skin crawl, like hearing a recording of yourself played back at the wrong speed. I spent the day researching the building online, looking for any mention of unusual incidents or unexplained occurrences. What I found was a carefully sanitized history: construction dates, ownership changes, renovation schedules. Nothing about tenants who had complained about strange noises or mysterious neighbors. But I did find something else. In the archived section of the city's newspaper website, I discovered a brief article from 18 months ago. A tenant at Meridian Heights had disappeared. The police investigation had concluded that she'd simply moved out without notice, abandoning her lease and her belongings. Her name was Sarah Chen, like the property manager. I called Meridian Properties again, this time asking specifically about Sarah Chen. The receptionist put me on hold for a long time, then came back with a terse explanation that personnel matters were confidential. When I asked if Sarah Chen had been related to Ms. Chen, the line went dead. That evening, I decided to break into the building's records room. It was located in the basement, behind a door marked authorized personnel only. The lock was old, and I'd learned a few things about picking locks during my misspent youth. It took me 20 minutes, but I got it open. The records room was filled with filing cabinets and boxes, all labeled with apartment numbers and date ranges. I found the files for 4A going back 5 years. The most recent entries were for Sarah Chen, who had indeed lived there until her disappearance. But what caught my attention were the complaint reports filed during her tenancy. She'd reported unusual noises, scratching sounds, the smell of rotting flowers, voices in the walls. Each report was stamped with the same response: no evidence of unusual activity found. Tenant advised to report further incidents within 24 hours. The final entry was different. It was handwritten, in the same script I'd seen on the note slipped under my door. Some things cannot be unseen. Some contracts cannot be broken, not be broken. Below that, in different handwriting, lease transferred to new tenant, effective immediately. Apartment to remain vacant until suitable replacement found. I photographed the documents with my phone, then put everything back the way I'd found it. As I was locking the door, I heard the elevator ding open behind me. I turned to see Ms. Chen stepping out, her expression unreadable in the dim basement lighting. "Working late, Mr. Morrison?" she asked, though it was past 10 o'clock at night. "I was looking for the laundry room," I lied. Got turned around. She smiled that same smile I remembered from our first meeting. "The laundry facilities are on the second floor. You should be more careful down here. The basement can be confusing." I nodded and headed for the elevator, but she didn't move to let me pass. Instead, she stood there, studying me with those dark eyes, as if she could see right through my lies. "I trust you're finding the apartment satisfactory?" she asked. "Yes, very quiet." "Good. Quiet is important. We work very hard to maintain the proper atmosphere for our tenants." She paused, then added, "Have you had occasion to report any unusual occurrences yet?" The question hung in the air between us. I knew she knew about my visits to 4A, my late-night listening sessions, my break into the records room, but I also knew that admitting to any of it would be admitting to lease violations. "No," I said finally. "Nothing unusual." Her smile widened. "Excellent. I'm sure you'll let us know if that changes." She stepped aside, and I hurried past her to the elevator. As the doors closed, I saw her watching me with an expression that might have been amusement or might have been something else entirely. Back in my apartment, I spread the photographs from the records room across my kitchen table and tried to make sense of what I'd learned. Sarah Chen had experienced the same phenomena I was experiencing. She'd reported them faithfully, as required by the lease, and then she'd disappeared. The pattern was becoming clear, but I didn't want to believe it. The building or someone in it was systematically terrorizing tenants until they either fled or simply vanished. The lease clauses about reporting unusual occurrences weren't for the tenant's protection. They were a way of monitoring how close someone was getting to the truth. I thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd heard scratching sounds from a vacant apartment, that someone had whispered my name through a door, that the property manager was related to a missing tenant. None of it was evidence of a crime, just a series of strange coincidences. Instead, I decided to confront whatever was in for it directly. If I was going to disappear like Sarah Chen, at least I'd know what I was disappearing into. I waited until 3 a.m., then armed myself with a flashlight and a crowbar I'd found in the building's maintenance closet. The hallway was empty and dark, but I could see the familiar glow of light under 4A's door. I knocked 3 short, 2 long, 3 shorthand, waited. The door opened immediately, as if someone had been waiting just on the other side, but the apartment beyond was empty, lit only by dozens of candles scattered across the floor and on every available surface. The flickering light cast dancing shadows on the walls, and I could smell that sweet, cloying scent of dying flowers. I stepped inside, my heart hammering against my ribs. The layout was identical to my own apartment, but the walls were covered with papers, documents, photographs, newspaper clippings. As I moved closer, I realized they were all related to the building. Lease agreements, complaint reports, missing person cases going back decades. In the center of the living room was a desk, and on it was a typewriter, the same model that had produced the notice slipped under my door. Next to it was a stack of papers, all bearing the Meridian properties. Letterhead. The top sheet was a lease agreement with my name on it, but the terms were different from what I'd signed, much different. According to this version, I hadn't rented an apartment. I'd agreed to take Sarah Chen's place in whatever twisted system was operating in this building. The fine print was extensive, written in a font so small it was nearly impossible to read without a magnifying glass. But the gist was clear. I was bound to the building until a suitable replacement could be found. You read it, after all. I spun around to find Sarah Chen standing in the doorway. She looked exactly like the photograph I'd seen in the missing person, report, except for her eyes. They were the same dark, knowing eyes I'd seen on Ms. Chen. I tried to warn you, she said, stepping into the apartment. The note, the scratching, the whispers. But you signed anyway. This is insane, I said, backing away from her. You can't hold people prisoner with a lease agreement. She laughed, but it was a hollow sound. Can't we? You signed it willingly. You initialed every clause. You even reported the unusual occurrences, just like the contract required. I never reported anything, didn't you? You called the office about the sounds from this apartment. You asked about Sarah Chen. You investigated the building's history. Every query, every question, every moment of curiosity was a report. You've been in violation of your lease from the day you moved in. I felt the room spinning around me. What do you want from me? The same thing we wanted from Sarah, and from the tenant before her, and the one before that. We want you to understand that some contracts can't be broken. Some debts can't be paid. Some doors, once opened, can't be closed. She moved closer, and I could see that she wasn't entirely solid. The candlelight passed through her like she was, made of mist and shadow. You wanted to know what was unusual about this building. The unusual thing is that it never lets go. Once you're here, you're part of it. Forever. I'll move out. I'll break the lease. With what money? You spent your last savings on the deposit. You have no job, no family willing to take you in, nowhere to go. The building knows this. It's very good at selecting tenants who have no other options. I realized she was right. I'd been so desperate to find a place that I'd ignored every red flag, every warning sign. I'd walked into this trap with my eyes wide open. What happened to the real Ms. Chen? I asked. Sarah smiled, and for a moment I could see the family resemblance. She was the first. Back in 1987, when the building was converted to apartments, she made the mistake of reading the fine print in the original management contract. Some knowledge is too dangerous to possess. The candles began to flicker more violently, as if disturbed by an unfelt wind. The shadows on the walls seemed to be moving independently of their sources, reaching toward me with dark fingers. Your replacement is already being selected, Sarah continued. Someone desperate enough, broke enough, lonely enough to sign without reading. They always do. In the meantime, you'll help us prepare for them. You'll write the notices, update the lease agreements, make sure everything is in order for the next tenant. And if I refuse, then you'll discover what happens to tenants who fail to report unusual occurrences within 24 hours. 4 hours. The shadows on the walls were definitely moving now, detaching themselves from their sources and sliding across the floor toward me. I could feel their coldness, their hunger. They whispered my name in voices I almost recognized previous tenants, perhaps, or future ones. I ran. I pushed past Sarah and sprinted for the door, but the hallway beyond was wrong. Instead of the familiar burgundy carpet and yellowish lighting, I found myself in a corridor that stretched impossibly far in both directions. Doors lined both walls, each one numbered with apartments that shouldn't exist. 4A, 4 bytes, 4C, 4D, going on forever. I tried the door marked for Be My Apartment, but it opened onto another hallway, identical to the first. Behind me, I could hear Sarah's laughter echoing from everywhere and nowhere. There's no escape. Her voice seemed to come from the walls themselves. This is your home now, forever. I kept running, trying door after door, but each one led to another hallway, another endless corridor of identical apartments. The building had become a maze, a trap designed to keep its prisoners contained. Finally, exhausted and defeated, I stopped running. I found myself back in the original hallway, standing outside for A. The door was open, candlelight spilling out onto the carpet. Sarah was waiting for me. Are you ready to begin? She asked. I nodded, because what else could I do? I followed her back into the apartment, where she showed me the typewriter, the stack of lease agreements, the files full of potential tenants. My job was to help identify the next victim, to craft the perfect advertisement, to make sure the lease agreement was legally binding. "Remember," Sarah said as she faded back into the shadows, "some things cannot be unseen. Some contracts cannot be broken." I sit at the typewriter now, composing the listing for my own apartment. The rent is reasonable, the amenities are perfect, and the building is very, very quiet. I've already found the perfect candidate, a young woman, recently divorced, starting over in a new city. She's desperate for a place to live, and she probably won't read the fine print. She's signed, just like I did, just like Sarah did, just like all the others. And maybe, if I'm very lucky, she'll be suitable enough to take my place. Maybe I'll finally be free to leave this building, to walk out into the world, beyond these walls. But deep down, I know that, truth, the building never lets go. Not really. Even if I find a replacement, even if I'm allowed to leave, I'll always be connected to this place. I'll always be part of the contract. I finish typing the listing and read it over one more time. Everything looks perfect. I'll post it tomorrow, and within a week, I'll have a new tenant to welcome to Meridian Heights. After all, everyone should have a chance to read the fine print. I stared at the lease agreement for what felt like the 100th time, my coffee growing cold as I traced the familiar paragraphs with my finger. Everything looked standard: rent due on the 1st, no pets, quiet hours after 10 p.m. But something nagged at me, a persistent itch I couldn't scratch. The landlord, Mr. Garrison, had been so insistent during our brief phone conversation that we handle everything verbally first, just to get acquainted before the paperwork. "Saves time," he'd said, his voice carrying an odd weight through the receiver. "I prefer to know my tenants personally. The written contract is just a formality after we've established trust." The apartment itself was perfect, too perfect, really. Hardwood floors that gleamed despite their obvious age, windows that let in just the right amount of afternoon light, and a rent that was suspiciously below market rate for this part of the city. When I'd asked about the low price, Garrison had simply smiled and said good tenants were worth the investment. That was 3 weeks ago. Now, sitting in my new living room surrounded by half-unpacked boxes, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd missed something important in our conversation. Not anything he'd said, exactly, but something in the pauses between his words. The way his eyes had lingered on my face when I'd agreed to his terms. The building was old, built in the 1920s according to the brass plaque by the entrance, and it carried that particular silence that only comes with age and thick walls. During the day, I barely noticed it, but in the evenings, when the city's ambient noise faded to a distant hum, the quiet became almost oppressive. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It was as if the building itself was holding its breath. I'd met a few of my neighbors in passing. Mrs. Chen from 3B always smiled and nodded but never spoke, even when I tried to make conversation. The young man in 2A seemed friendly enough, though he had a habit of stopping mid-sentence and glancing toward the stairwell, as if he'd heard something I'd missed. When I asked about it, he'd just shrugged and said the building had its own personality. The first real oddity happened on a Tuesday evening. I was washing dishes when I heard footsteps in the hallways low, deliberate steps that paused directly outside my door. I waited for a knock, but none came. The footsteps resumed, moving past my apartment toward the stairs. Curious, I tried my hands and opened the door to see who it was. The hallway was empty. I stepped out, looking both ways down the carpeted corridor. The stairwell door at the end was closed, and I hadn't heard it open or shut. More puzzling was the fact that the footsteps had been too loud, too heavy for someone walking on the thick carpet that muffled even my own movements to near silence. I mentioned it to Garrison when he stopped by the next day to check on a supposedly leaky faucet that seemed to work perfectly fine. He listened with the kind of patient attention that made me feel foolish for bringing it up. Old buildings settle, he said, running his hand along the kitchen counter with an almost proprietary familiarity. Pipes expand and contract. Floorboards shift. You'll get used to it. But it wasn't just settling. Over the following days, the footsteps became a regular occurrence, always in the evening, always pausing at my door. I began timing them. They passed by at exactly 8:47 p.m. each night. When I finally worked up the nerve to open the door immediately upon hearing them, I found not just an empty hallway, but a hallway that felt somehow wrong. The air was colder by several degrees, and there was a faint smell I couldn't identify. Organic and slightly sweet, like flowers left too long in water. The other tenants seemed unbothered by these nightly visits. When I brought it up with Mrs. Chen, she gave me that same polite smile and said something about the building's routine. The young man from 2A was more direct. "You hear them too?" he asked, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. I thought, maybe I was going crazy, but you get used to it. We all do. Get used to what, exactly? He glanced around the lobby where we were talking, then leaned closer. To being, observed. Garrison likes to keep track of his tenants. Make sure we're following the agreement. What agreement? The lease? Something flickered across his face, surprise, maybe, or concern. You did talk to him, right? Before you signed, about the special terms. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the building's temperature. What special terms? But he was already backing away, shaking his head. I've said too much. Just ... Try to remember your conversation with him. All of it. The parts that maybe didn't seem important at the time. That night, I sat in my living room with a notepad, trying to reconstruct every detail of my meetings with Garrison. There had been the initial apartment viewing and the day I'd moved in. Both conversations had felt routine at the time, but now, pressing my memory for specifics, I found strange gaps. I remembered agreeing to the lease terms, but I couldn't recall Garrison actually explaining what they were beyond the basics. I remembered him asking questions about my habits, my schedule, my family situation, but the context for those questions had somehow slipped away. Most unsettling was the realization that while I could picture his face, clearly sharp features, pale eyes, salt and pepper her eye, couldn't remember the sound of his voice with any certainty. The footsteps came at 8:47, as always. But this time, I was ready. I'd positioned myself by the door with my ear pressed against the wood, trying to determine if the sounds were coming from the hallway or somewhere else entirely. What I heard made me step back in confusion. The footsteps weren't in the hallway at all. They were inside my apartment. I stood frozen, listening as the deliberate pace moved from what sounded like my bedroom through the living room and stopped directly on the other side of the door where I was standing. The sound was so close that whoever was making it should have been touching the door, should have been occupying the same space where I stood. But I was alone in the apartment. I was certain of it. The next morning, I called Garrison. His number went straight to voicemail, and his recorded message was brief and professional, but hearing his voice again triggered a fragment of memory that made my stomach drop. I remembered now why our conversation had felt so important to him, why he'd insisted on verbal agreements. He'd asked me if I understood that living in the building meant accepting certain ... responsibilities. I'd assumed he meant typical tenant obligations, keeping the place clean, being respectful of neighbors, paying rent on time. But there had been something else, hadn't there? Something about being available when needed, about understanding that the building's needs came first. I'd agreed, of course. How could I not? It had seemed like standard landlord rhetoric at the time. Now, I wasn't so sure. That evening, I decided to break the pattern. At 8:45, I left my apartment and waited in the stairwell, watching through the small window in the door. I wanted to see who or what was making those nightly rounds. At exactly 8:47, I saw a figure moving down the hallway. My breath caught in my throat. It was me or something that looked exactly like me. The figure walked with my gait, wore clothes identical to what I had on, even had the same nervous habit of running a hand through my hair. It stopped at my door, stood there for the usual moment, then continued toward the stairs. I pressed myself against the wall as it approached the stairwell door, but the figure didn't enter. Instead, it simply dissipated. One moment it was there, reaching for the door handle, and the next it was gone, leaving only that sweet, organic smell lingering in the air. I stood in that stairwell for nearly an hour, trying to process what I'd seen. When I finally returned to my apartment, I found Garrison waiting inside, sitting calmly on my couch, as if he'd been invited. "You're beginning to remember," he said without preamble. His voice was exactly as I'd recorded it in my recovered memory worm, but with an underlying authority that made disagreements seem impossible. "That's good. Most tenants take longer to adjust. How did you get in here?" He smiled, and in that expression I saw something that had been hidden during our previous meetings, something old and patient and utterly inhuman. "This is my building, all of it, including the parts that extend beyond what you can see. I wanted to run, to demand answers, to call the police. Instead, I found myself sitting in the chair across from him, as if compelled by some force I couldn't name. What did I agree to? To be part of the building's ecosystem," he said matter-of-factly, "to contribute your essence to its preservation." "You volunteered, quite enthusiastically, once I explained the benefits." I don't remember agreeing to anything like that. Memory can be unreliable, especially when dealing with concepts your mind isn't equipped to fully process. But your agreement was genuine. You wanted the apartment, you wanted the low rent, and you were willing to pay the actual price when I explained it. The room seemed to shift around us, walls breathing slightly, shadows moving independently of their sources. I realized that what I'd taken for settling sounds and temperature fluctuations were something else entirely. The building was alive, and I was now part of its digestive system. "The figure in the hallway," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Hey, copy. We make them from our tenants' impressions that help maintain the building's energy. You've been feeding it your life force for weeks now, bit by bit. Nothing harmful. Nothing you'd miss in the short term. Think of it as ... rent." I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't obey. The sweet smell was stronger now, and I realized it was coming from Mitha's scent of something slowly decomposing from the inside out. The other tenants are all contributing members of our community. Mrs. Chen has been with us for 15 years. The young man in 2A43. They've learned to appreciate the arrangement. The building provides, the building protects, and in return, its tenants give what they can spare. And if I refuse, Garrison's smile widened, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too numerous. "Refuse what? You've already agreed. The contract is binding, regardless of what the paperwork says. Verbal agreements, properly witnessed, are quite enforceable in certain jurisdictions." Witnessed by whom? By the building itself. Of course. It heard every word, recorded every intention. "You are exactly where you chose to be." The walls pulsed more visibly now, and I could feel my energy flowing out of me, like water from a cracked vessel. It wasn't painful, exactly, just a gradual dimming, as if someone was slowly turning down the brightness of my existence. "How long?" I asked. "That depends on you. Some tenants last decades, parceling out their essence slowly, learning to live within their new limitations. Others burn bright and fast. Mrs. Chen, for instance, has become quite skilled at conservation. She'll likely be with us for many more years." I thought of her perpetual silence, her polite but distant smiles. Was that what acceptance looked like? a gradual fading until nothing remained but the basic functions necessary to keep the building fed. There must be a way out. Of course, death terminates all contracts. But barring that, he shrugged eloquently. You agreed to the terms. The building has already begun making changes to accommodate your particular essence. Breaking the agreement now would be ... complicated. I felt something shift inside me, a fundamental alteration in how my body related to the space around it. The apartment was no longer just a place I lived. It was part of me, and I was part of it. My heartbeat had synchronized with some deeper rhythm I could feel, thrumming through the floorboards. What happens to the copies? They serve their purpose. They walk the halls, maintaining the building's circulation, ensuring that energy flows where it's needed. In time, you may find them comforting. Many tenants prefer their company to that of the outside world. As if summoned by his words, I heard footsteps approaching my door, but this time, they didn't pause. The door opened without anyone touching it, and my doppelganger entered. It looked at me with my own eyes, but there was something missing in its expression, some essential spark that made the difference between a person and a reflection. Hello, it said in my voice. I'm here to help you adjust. Garrison stood, straightening his jacket with practiced ease. I'll leave you two to get acquainted. Remember, this is a community here. We all support each other in maintaining the building's needs. After he left, I sat with my copy in increasingly comfortable silence. It didn't speak unless spoken to, didn't move unless movement served a purpose. But its presence was oddly soothing, like having a constant companion who understood exactly what I was thinking, because it was thinking the same things. Over the following days, I began to understand the true nature of my situation. The building fed on more than just life energy. It consumed memories, emotions, the intangible qualities that made each person unique. In return, it offered a kind of peace. The anxieties and uncertainties that had plagued me in the outside world seemed less important now. My problems simplified to basic needs: rest, nourishment, and contributing my share to the collective. The other tenants became more sociable as I adapted. Mrs. Chen began speaking to me in the hallways, though her conversations were limited to topics related to building maintenance and the weather. The young man from 2A invited me to play cards in the lobby, a weekly gathering I learned had been going on for years. It's not so bad, he told me during one of these games. Once you stop fighting it, the building takes care of us, keeps us safe, and there's a certain freedom in having your choices made for you. I found myself nodding in agreement. The constant decision-making that had characterized my old life, what to eat, where to go, how to spend my time, had been replaced by a gentle but persistent guidance that flowed through the building's infrastructure. I ate when I was supposed to eat, slept when rest was needed, and spent my waking hours in quiet, contemplation, or simple tasks that somehow served the building's greater purpose. My copy had begun staying with me more frequently, and I'd grown accustomed to its presence. Sometimes I would forget which of us was real, especially during the long evening hours when we would sit together in identical poses, thinking identical thoughts. The distinction seemed less important with each passing day, but late at night, in the moments between sleep and waking, I sometimes remembered fragments of my old life. The job I'd quit to move here, the friends who'd stopped calling when I'd become increasingly unreliable, the family I'd grown distant from without quite understanding why. These memories felt like scenes from someone else's life, faded and unimportant, compared to the steady rhythm of my current existence. I began to understand that this was how the building sustained itself, not through dramatic consumption, but through gradual integration. Each tenant contributed what they could spare, and in return received the comfort of belonging to something larger than themselves. It was a fair trade, I told myself. A reasonable arrangement. The thought that disturbed me wasn't that I was trapped, but that I was no longer certain I wanted to leave. One evening, As I sat with my copy watching the shadows shift across the living room wall, I heard new footsteps in the hallway. These weren't the measured steps of the building's circulation system, but the quick, nervous pace of someone unfamiliar with the rhythm of the place. A new tenant, I realized. Someone else drawn by the perfect apartment and reasonable rent, ready to make their own verbal agreement with Garrison. My copy turned to look at me, and for the first time since its creation, I saw something like expression in its eyes. We both understood what was expected of us. The building needed to welcome its new addition, to help them adjust to their circumstances just as I had been helped. I stood up, straightened my clothes, and moved toward the door. Tomorrow, I would introduce myself to the newcomer. I would be friendly and reassuring, explaining the building's little quirks and helping them settle in. I would answer their questions with the same patient attention Garrison had shown me, and when they expressed concerns about strange sounds or cold spots, I would smile and tell them they'd get used to it. After all, we all do. The verbal agreement, I now understood, wasn't just between tenant and landlord. It was between the new resident and everyone who had come before them, a promise that we would help them find their place in the building's ecosystem. And someday, when they had fully adapted, they would extend the same courtesy to whoever came next. It was a community, just as Garrison had said. We took care of each other. My copy followed me to the door, and together we stepped into the hallway to begin our welcoming duties. The building hummed its approval around us, and I felt that familiar sense of purpose that came with fulfilling my part of the agreement. The footsteps had stopped outside 1C, and I could hear the jingle of keys as someone struggled with an unfamiliar lock. We had work to do. I took the position at Beacon Point Lighthouse Museum on the recommendation of Dr. Hartwell, my maritime history professor, who insisted the isolation would be perfect for completing my dissertation on forgotten shipping routes. The lighthouse had been decommissioned in 1987, converted into a small museum that attracted perhaps a dozen visitors on busy summer days. The job was simple: open at 9, close at 5, give tours when requested, and maintain the collection of maritime artifacts housed in the converted keeper's quarters. The lighthouse sat 3 miles inland from the current shoreline, perched on what had once been a rocky promontory overlooking the harbor. But the harbor had been filled in during the 1960s to make room for a shopping district, and the sea had retreated to its new concrete boundaries another mile east. Now the lighthouse stood marooned in a field of prairie grass, surrounded by the suburban sprawl of Cedar Falls, looking as out of place as a whale in a cornfield. Mrs. Delacroix, the museum board president, showed me around during my first week. She was a local historian in her 70s, with silver hair pulled back in a tight bun and eyes that seemed to catalog everything they saw. She moved through the lighthouse with the familiarity of someone who had been climbing its spiral stairs for years. The lighthouse was built in 1847, she explained as we climbed to the lamp room. Guided ships safely through Devil's Teeth, that's what they called the rocks that used to jut out from the shoreline, saved hundreds of lives over the years. The lamp room still contained the original Fresnel lens, though the beacon had been dark for decades. Through the salt-stained windows, I could see the distant glint of the ocean, a thin blue line on the horizon beyond the shopping centers and parking lots. "Does the bell still work?" I asked, noticing the bronze ship's bell mounted just outside the lamp room platform. Mrs. Delacroix paused, her hand resting on the doorframe. "The bell rings when it needs to," she said, which struck me as an odd way to phrase it. It's original to the lighthouse. Cast in Boston in 1846, the keeper would ring it during heavy fog to provide an additional navigation aid. I examined the bell more closely. It was perhaps 2 feet in diameter, green with verdigris, but still solid. The inscription around its rim read, "In memory of those lost at sea, may their souls find harbor." A heavy rope hung from its mounting, well within reach. "Feel free to ring it if you like," Mrs. Delacroix said. "Visitors sometimes enjoy the demonstration. I pulled the rope experimentally. The bell responded with a deep, resonant tone that seemed to carry much farther than it should have, rolling across the prairie grass and echoing off the distant hills. The sound was hauntingly beautiful, mournful, in a way that raised goosebumps on my arms despite the warm afternoon. "Beautiful tone," I said. Mrs. Delacroix was watching me with an expression I couldn't interpret. "The bell has quite a history. The keeper's logs mention it ringing on its own during storms, even when no one was near it. Atmospheric pressure, most likely. Wind patterns. Old buildings develop their quirks." She led me back down the spiral staircase, pointing out various artifacts along the way: ship models, navigation instruments, photographs of vessels that had been guided safely to harbor by the lighthouse beam. The collection was modest, but well maintained, each piece carefully labeled with its provenance and historical significance. My living quarters were in the converted keeper's cottage attached to the lighthouse base. The space was small but comfortable, with a kitchen, bedroom, and sitting area that doubled as my office. Large windows faced what had once been the harbor, now offering a view of the Cedar Falls Municipal Complex and its sprawling parking lot. The first month passed quietly. I fell into a routine. Mornings spent on my dissertation research, afternoons giving tours to the occasional visitor, evenings reading by the window as the sun set over the shopping district. The isolation was indeed perfect for writing, with no distractions beyond the weekly grocery run and the rare museum visitor. I made remarkable progress on my research. It was during the second month that I first heard the bell ring on its own. I was working late in my office, transcribing ship manifests from the 1870s, when a deep bronze tone echoed through the night. I paused, pen hovering over my notebook, listening to the sound fade across the prairie. The night was calm, no wind that might have moved the bell's rope, no storm that might have created unusual atmospheric conditions. I climbed to the lamp room to investigate. The bell hung motionless in the still air, its rope swaying slightly, as if it had recently been pulled. I examined the mounting hardware, checking for loose bolts or worn bearings that might allow the bell to move on its own, but everything appeared solid. Perhaps I had imagined it. Long hours of solitary work could play tricks on the mind, create phantom sounds where none existed. I returned to my office and tried to focus on my research, but I found myself listening for the bell, waiting for it to ring again. It didn't ring that night, but over the following weeks, I began to notice a pattern. The bell would ring at irregular intervals, sometimes daily, sometimes not for several days, but always at night, always when I was alone in the lighthouse. The sound was always the same, a single deep toll that seemed to carry an impossible distance through the darkness. I mentioned this to Mrs. Delacroix during one of her weekly visits to check on the museum. "The bell has always been somewhat independent," she said, arranging a display of scrimshaw in the main exhibit room. The previous caretaker mentioned the same thing. Thermal expansion, most likely. Metal contracts and expands with temperature changes. An old building like this is never completely still. But thermal expansion didn't explain the bell's timing. I began keeping a log of when it rang, noting weather conditions, temperature, atmospheric pressure. The rings followed no discernible pattern related to environmental factors. They seemed random, or at least governed by some logic I couldn't detect. What disturbed me more than the bell's unpredictable behavior was my growing obsession with it. I found myself staying up late, waiting for it to ring. When it did, I would climb to the lamp room and study the bell, searching for some clue to its mechanism. When it didn't, I would lie in bed, listening to the silence, wondering when the next toll would come. During this period, I also began having unusually vivid dreams about the ocean. I would dream of standing on the lighthouse's gallery, but instead of looking out over suburban sprawl, I would see the harbor as it had been in the lighthouse's active years, dark water stretching to the horizon, ships' lights dotting the distance like fallen stars. In these dreams, the bell would ring constantly, its bronze voice calling across the water, two vessels fighting through storms and fog. I attributed these dreams to my research. I was spending my days immersed in shipping records and lighthouse logs, reading accounts of storms and rescues, of ships guided to safety by the beacon's light and the bell's guiding tone. It was natural that this material would seep into my subconscious, creating dreams of the lighthouse's operational past. But the dreams felt different from ordinary dreams, more coherent, more detailed, more real. I would wake with the taste of salt air in my mouth, the sound of waves in my ears, the sensation of cold wind cutting through my clothes. These sensory impressions would linger for several minutes after waking, as if I had actually been standing on a storm-swept gallery, rather than sleeping in my warm bed. One night, in my 3rd month at the lighthouse, I decided to conduct an experiment. I climbed to the lamp room just before midnight and positioned myself where I could watch the bell directly. If it was going to ring, I wanted to see exactly how it happened. I waited for 2 hours, fighting off drowsiness, my eyes fixed on the bell's bronze surface. The night was perfectly still, no wind, no precipitation, no atmospheric disturbance that might trigger the bell's movement. Just as I was beginning to think the bell wouldn't ring that night, it happened. The bell tilted slightly, as if pulled by an invisible hand, and rang once with that familiar deep tone. But I saw no rope movement, no external force that could have caused the motion. The bell simply moved, rang, and returned to rest, as if responding to some signal I couldn't perceive. The sound rolled across the prairie, but as I listened to it fade, I heard something else, an echo that seemed to come from the wrong direction. Instead of bouncing back from the distant hills, the echo seemed to come from the east, from the direction of the ocean. But that was impossible. The shopping district lay between the lighthouse and the sea, full of buildings that would absorb and scatter any acoustic reflection. I strained to listen as the echo faded, and in those final moments before silence returned, I could swear I heard another sound carried on the same acoustic wave, the distant crash of surf against rocks, the sound of waves breaking on a shoreline that no longer existed. The next morning, I drove to the current waterfront, 3 miles from the lighthouse. The harbor was busy with recreational boats and the occasional cargo ship, the water contained by concrete seawalls and modern piers. I tried to imagine this same body of water extending inland, reaching to where the lighthouse now stood, but the geography seemed all wrong. The land rose gradually from the current shoreline. There was no natural harbor formation that could have supported the port described in the historical records. I returned to the lighthouse with a growing sense that something fundamental was wrong with my understanding of the area's geography. That evening, I called Mrs. Delacroix. "I've been researching the original harbor configuration," I told her. "The elevation maps don't seem to match the historical descriptions. Are you sure the lighthouse was actually on the waterfront?" A long pause. "The shoreline has changed considerably over the years," she said finally. "Erosion, development, landfill, projects. The landscape you see now is quite different from what it was in the 19th century. But the elevation changes would require massive geological shifts. The lighthouse is sitting on what appears to be a natural hill, at least 60 feet above the current sea level. For it to have been a functional lighthouse, the water would have had to... Mr. Crawford," Mrs. Delacroix interrupted, "I think you may be overthinking this. Old maps can be unreliable. Survey techniques were primitive. The important thing is that the lighthouse served its purpose for over a century. The specific details of shoreline configuration are less important than the lives it saved. But the specific details were exactly what troubled me. I spent the next several days in the Cedar Falls Library, poring over geological surveys, historical maps, and 19th century shipping records. What I found deepened my confusion rather than resolving it. According to the geological surveys, the area around the lighthouse showed no evidence of having been underwater within recorded history. the rock formations, soil composition, and elevation. Contours all suggested that the lighthouse had been built on dry land, well inland from any possible shoreline configuration. But the shipping records told a different story. Ship manifests from the 1850s through the 1880s consistently listed Beacon Point Light as a crucial navigation aid, describing its location as overlooking the harbor mouth and positioned on the eastern promontory. These weren't casual references, they were detailed navigational instructions, written by professional mariners who had to stake their lives on the accuracy of their charts. The contradiction was impossible to resolve. Either the geological evidence was wrong, or the historical records were wrong, or something more complex was at work. That night, the bell rang 3 times in rapid successions, something it had never done before. I was reading in my office when the first toll echoed through the lighthouse, followed immediately by 2 more. The sound was urgent, almost alarmed, as if the bell was trying to communicate something specific. I climbed to the lamp room and found the bell swaying slightly, its rope moving as if someone had just released it. But the night was calm, and I had heard no footsteps on the gallery, no sound of anyone approaching the bell. As I stood there, trying to understand what had caused the unusual triple ring, I noticed something that made my breath catch. The view from the lamp room had changed. Instead of the familiar suburban landscape, I was looking out over dark water that stretched to the horizon. Whitecaps caught the moonlight, and I could see the distant glow of ships' lanterns moving across the waves. The shopping district, the parking lots, the municipal complex, all of it was gone, replaced by the harbor that had existed more than a century ago. I gripped the gallery railing, certain I was experiencing some kind of hallucination, but the vision was too detailed, too consistent to be a product of my imagination. I could smell the salt air, feel the cold wind off the water, hear the distant crash of waves against unseen rocks. A ship was approaching through the darkness, its navigation lights barely visible through what appeared to be heavy fog. As I watched, the vessel seemed to struggle against the wind and waves, making little progress toward what should have been the harbor entrance. Without thinking, I reached for the bell's rope. The ship needed guidance, needed the acoustic beacon that would help it navigate through the treacherous waters. I pulled the rope, and the bell responded with its deep, bronze voice, the sound rolling across the water toward the struggling vessel. The ship's lights turned slightly, adjusting course. In response to the bell's signal, I rang the bell again, then again, establishing the steady rhythm that would guide the ship safely to harbor. Through the fog, I could see the vessel making better progress, following the acoustic breadcrumbs I was providing. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the vision faded. The dark water was replaced by parking lots, the ship's lights by street lamps, the salt air by the still atmosphere of a prairie night. I was standing on the gallery of a landlocked lighthouse, having just spent several minutes ringing a bell to guide a ship that didn't exist through water that hadn't been there for decades. I stumbled back down to my quarters, my hands shaking as I tried to process what had happened. Hallucination seemed the most rational explanation, but the experience had been too vivid, too interactive. I had made conscious decisions about when to ring the bell, had watched the ship respond to my signals. It had felt less like witnessing a vision and more like participating in a memory. Over the following nights, the visions became more frequent and more detailed. The bell would ring, and I would climb to the lamp room to find myself looking out over the 19th century harbor. Ships would approach through fog and storm, and I would guide them to safety with the bell's bronze voice. Sometimes I could see the vessels clearly: merchant ships, fishing boats, the occasional passenger steamer. Other times I could only make out their lights through the weather. What disturbed me most was how natural it felt. Despite the impossible nature of the experience, ringing the bell to guide ships felt like something I had been doing for years. The rhythm came instinctively, the timing automatic. I knew without being told when a ship needed guidance. when the fog was too thick for visual navigation, when the wind and waves were driving a vessel toward the dangerous rocks that no longer existed. During my 4th month at the lighthouse, I made a discovery that changed everything. While organizing the museum's archives, I found a leather-bound logbook that Mrs. Delacroix had apparently overlooked. The cover was stamped with Beacon Point Light, station keeper's log, and dated 1885, 1887. The entries were written in a careful hand, documenting the daily operations of the lighthouse. Weather conditions, ships sighted, maintenance performed, supplies received, all the mundane details of a working light station. But as I read through the entries, I began to notice references that made no sense. November 15th, 1886. Bell rang throughout the night without wind or atmospheric disturbance. Investigated, but found no mechanical cause. Bell appears to respond to ships in distress, even when no vessels are visible. December 3rd, 1886. Fog thick on water, but no ship scheduled. Bell rang at 11:30 p.m., climbed to lamp room, and saw merchant vessel approaching through heavy weather. Guided ship to harbor with repeated bell signals. Morning inspection shows no evidence of overnight arrivals. Harbor master reports, no ships expected. January 8th, 1887. Bell behavior increasingly erratic. Rings most nights, always in pattern, suggesting ships in distress. When I respond and climb to lamp room, I see vessels that do not appear in harbor records. Beginning to suspect the bell. See ships from different time, or ships that might have been. The entries continued in this vein for months, describing a lighthouse keeper who was experiencing exactly what I was experiencing. The final entry was dated March 15th, 1887. Can no longer distinguish between real ships and phantom ships. Bell rings every night now, and I respond every time. The ships I guide to harbor never arrive, but if I fail to ring the bell, I can hear them founder on the rocks. The bell knows something I do not. It serves a purpose beyond my understanding. Tomorrow, I will ask to be relieved of duty. The isolation has affected my judgment, but there was no subsequent entry recording the keeper's departure. The log simply ended, as if he had stopped writing mid-sentence. I researched the keeper's name, Samuel Morrison, in the library's historical records. According to the lighthouse service documents, Morrison had been found dead in the lamp room on March 16, 1887, apparently of a heart attack. He was discovered at dawn, slumped over the bell's rope, which was still clutched in his hand. The official report noted that the bell had been ringing throughout the night, audible to residents as far as 2 miles away. When the relief keeper arrived in the morning, he found Morrison in the lamp room and the bell still swaying from what appeared to have been constant use. Reading this, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the lighthouse's drafty interior. Morrison had died while ringing the bell, responding to ships that existed only in his visions or in some other time. Some other reality that the bell could perceive, but he could not fully understand. That night, I decided not to respond when the bell rang. I would ignore it, let it ring without climbing to the lamp room, without participating in whatever temporal displacement was occurring. Perhaps if I broke the pattern, the visions would stop. The bell began ringing at 11:47 p.m., a steady, urgent rhythm that spoke of ships in immediate distress. I forced myself to remain in my office, hands pressed over my ears, trying to block out the bronze voice that seemed to penetrate every corner of the lighthouse. But with the bell's ringing came other sounds: the crash of waves against rocks, the splintering of wood, the desperate cries of sailors as their ship foundered in the darkness. I could hear it all as clearly as if it were happening just outside my window, and I knew with terrible certainty that somewhere, somewhen, a ship was being driven onto the rocks, because I was not providing the acoustic guidance it needed. I lasted, perhaps 10 minutes before I ran to the lamp room. The bell was ringing frantically, and when I reached the gallery, I could see why. A large merchant vessel was caught in what appeared to be a severe storm. its sails torn, its course erratic as it fought against wind and waves that were driving it toward a rocky shoreline. I grabbed the bell's rope and began the steady rhythm that would guide the ship away from the rocks, toward the safe passage that led to the harbor. The vessel responded immediately, adjusting its course, following the acoustic signals through the treacherous waters. For the next 3 hours, I maintained the bell's guidance, watching the ship fight its way to safety through the storm-tossed harbor. When it finally reached safe anchorage, I released the rope and watched my vision of the 19th century harbor fade back into suburban parking lots. But I knew I had saved them. Somewhere in time, a ship full of people had reached harbor safely because I had been willing to ring the bell, to serve as the lighthouse keeper's temporal replacement, to guide vessels through waters that existed in a different century. Over the remaining months of my appointment, I accepted my role as the bell's assistant. When it rang, I responded, climbing to the lamp room to guide whatever ships needed assistance through the phantom harbor. I learned to read the urgency in the bell's tone, to distinguish between the steady rhythm needed for fog guidance and the rapid peals that signaled immediate danger. The work was exhausting. Some nights I would spend hours at the bell, guiding multiple vessels through complex weather patterns, coordinating their movements through narrow channels and around hidden obstacles. Other nights, a single ship might require constant attention as it battled through a storm that lasted until dawn, but there was also a profound satisfaction in the work. Each successful guidance felt like a life saved, a tragedy prevented. I was serving a purpose that transcended the normal boundaries of time and space, helping to maintain some cosmic balance that required the lighthouse to continue its mission, even after it's decommissioned. My dissertation sat unfinished on my desk. The museum received fewer visitors as winter approached, and I made little effort to encourage them. My entire existence had become focused on the nights, on listening for the bell's call, on responding when ships needed guidance through the treacherous waters of the past. Mrs. Delacroix visited less frequently as the months grew colder. When she did come, she seemed to study me with increasing concern, noting my fatigue, my distraction, my growing obsession with the lighthouse's nighttime activities. "You're looking thin, Mr. Crawford," she said during her final visit of the year. "Are you getting enough sleep?" "The bell has been active," I said. "Ships need guidance. I can't ignore them." She was quiet for a long moment, arranging some papers on the reception desk. "Samuel Morrison said the same thing," she said finally, "about not being able to ignore the ships. You knew about Morrison's experiences. We've had several caretakers over the years. They all eventually report the same phenomena. The bell ringing at night, visions of ships in distress, the sense of responsibility for guiding vessels to safety." She looked up at me with eyes that held decades of accumulated knowledge. "Most caretakers last about 6 months before requesting a transfer. Morrison was the only one who stayed. What happened to him? He forgot the difference between the past and the present. He began to believe he was actually living in the lighthouse's operational period. We found him exactly as the records state, dead in the lamp room, still holding the bell's rope." The implications of her words settled over me like a cold fog. How many caretakers have there been? Dozens, over the years. The position has unusually high turnover. People find the isolation, challenging. And you keep hiring new ones. Mrs. Delacroix closed her folder and looked directly at me. "The bell needs someone to answer it, Mr. Crawford. If no one responds, the ships are lost. We've tried leaving the position vacant, but the consequences are disturbing. Residents report hearing sounds of shipwrecks, cries for help, the sound of vessels being driven onto rocks. The bell rings constantly when there's no caretaker, as if it's calling for assistance that never comes." I understood then that I was part of a cycle, one of many caretakers who had been drawn into the lighthouse's temporal mission. Each of us had started with rational explanations for the bell's behavior. Each had gradually accepted the reality of guiding phantom ships, and each had eventually faced the choice between abandoning our post or losing ourselves entirely to the lighthouse's demands. What happens if I quit? The same thing that happens whenever the position is vacant. The bell rings without answer, and the ships are lost, until we find someone else willing to take the position. The lighthouse serves no purpose. That night, alone in the lighthouse, I considered my options. I could resign, return to my normal life, finish my dissertation, pretend that none of this had happened, but the bell would continue to ring, and ships would continue to founder on rocks that existed in some parallel timeline where the harbor had never been filled, where the lighthouse still served its original function. Or I could stay, accept my role as Samuel Morrison's successor, guide ships through the treacherous waters of the past, until the responsibility consumed me entirely. The bell began to ring at 11:23 p.m., a familiar rhythm that spoke of a ship in moderate distress, requiring steady guidance, but not emergency intervention. I sat in my office, listening to the bronze voice call across the prairie, and made my decision. I climbed to the lamp room one last time. The harbor spread before me in all its 19th century glory, dark water stretching to the horizon under a star-filled sky. A merchant vessel was approaching through light fog, its navigation lights steady, its course sure, but requiring the acoustic confirmation that the bell would provide. I took hold of the rope and began the rhythm that would guide the ship safely to harbor. As I rang the bell, I felt the weight of all the ships I had guided, all the lives I had helped preserve across the decades. The work was important, necessary, eternal. When the ship reached safe anchorage, I did not release the rope. Instead, I continued ringing the bell, establishing a steady rhythm that would serve as a beacon for any other vessels that might need guidance through these phantom waters. The bronze voice rolled across the harbor, across time itself, calling 2 ships in distress, promising safe passage to those who needed it most. Mrs. Delacroix found me 3 days later, slumped over the bell's rope in the lamp room, just as Morrison had been found more than a century before. The official cause of death was exhaustion, though residents reported that the bell had been ringing constantly for 72 hours before falling silent. The Lighthouse Museum was closed temporarily while the board searched for a new caretaker, but the bell continued to ring at night, its bronze voice carrying across the prairie, calling for someone to answer, someone to climb to the lamp room and guide the ships that waited in the darkness of the past. The position was eventually filled by a graduate student in maritime archaeology, a young woman who had heard about the job from her advisor and was attracted by the opportunity for solitary research. She moved into the keeper's cottage on a cold February morning, commenting on how peaceful the lighthouse seemed, how perfect the isolation would be for her work. On her first night, she heard the bell ring once, then twice, then fall silent. She made a note to ask Mrs. Delacroix about the building's acoustic properties, then returned to her reading. But later that night, as she lay in bed listening to the wind across the prairie, she found herself waiting for the bell to ring again, wondering what ships might be struggling through the darkness, what vessels might need the guidance that only she could provide. The bell knows its purpose. It serves ships that exist in a time when the lighthouse still mattered, when its beacon and bronze voice meant the difference between safe harbor and tragedy on the rocks. The caretakers come and go, but the ships remain, waiting in the past for someone to answer the bell's call, someone willing to guide them through the treacherous waters that exist beyond the boundaries of ordinary time. The bell rang on dry land, 3 miles from the nearest water, calling across decades to vessels that had never stopped needing the lighthouse's guidance, and there would always be someone to answer. Someone who understood that certain responsibilities transcend the simple boundaries of life and death, of past and present, of water and land. The harbor was gone, but the ships remained. The lighthouse was dark, but the bell still rang. And somewhere in the space between what was and what is, vessels continued to navigate by the bronze voice that called across impossible distances, guiding them safely through waters that existed only in the memory of those who had once needed saving. I first noticed it on a Thursday morning when my coffee maker displayed the wrong time. The digital readout showed 6:47 a.m., same as always, but something felt off about the quality of light filtering through my kitchen window. It was too pale, too thin, like the sun had forgotten how to properly illuminate the world. I'd lived in this house for 8 years, long enough to know the precise angle of morning light across my counter, the way it caught the chrome fixtures and painted geometric patterns on the white subway tile backsplash. This wasn't Thursday light. This was Friday light. I checked my phone Thursday, September 14th, 6:47 a.m. The coffee maker agreed, but my body clock, that internal rhythm I'd cultivated through years of routine, insisted otherwise. I felt the particular fatigue that came from a work week, nearly complete, the anticipation of weekend rest that only Friday mornings could provide. I dismissed it as stress. The merger at work had everyone on edge, pulling late nights and weekend shifts. Time distortion was probably normal when you spent 14 hours a day staring at spreadsheets and contracts. I drank my coffee, checked email, and drove to the office through traffic that seemed unusually light for a Thursday. But all day, the wrongness persisted. Co-workers mentioned weekend plans with the casual assumption that the weekend was tomorrow. Linda from accounting asked if I had any Friday night activities planned. When I corrected her, "Don't you mean Saturday night?" She looked at me with genuine confusion. "Today's Thursday," she said slowly, as if I might have suffered some minor head injury. "Tomorrow's Friday. Friday night comes after Friday. Are you feeling okay?" I pulled up the calendar on my computer. Thursday, September 14th. Checked my phone again. Same date. Searched online for current date and time. Found multiple sources confirming what everyone else seemed to know. Today was Thursday, but walking through my house that evening, I couldn't shake the sensation that I'd lost something. The living room felt too familiar, like I'd spent more time there recently than I remembered. The mail stack on my hall table was thinner than it should have been after just one day. My bedroom wastebasket contained tissues I didn't remember discarding. I went to bed Thursday night with the unsettling feeling that I was forgetting something important, like walking into a room and losing track of why you'd come. Friday morning arrived with the expected quality of light, but now it felt wrong in the opposite direction. Too bright, too eager. Friday light attempting to masquerade as something else. I stood in my kitchen, coffee cup halfway to my lips, and tried to pinpoint what had changed. The newspaper. I subscribed to the local paper, more out of nostalgia than necessity, and it arrived every morning with the dependability of sunrise. Thursday's paper had been folded neatly beside my front door. Headlines about city budget negotiations and high school football scores. But Friday's paper wasn't there. I checked the bushes, thinking it might have been thrown poorly, walked to the end of my driveway, and looked both ways down the street. My neighbor's papers were exactly where they should be, but mine was missing. Inside, I called the newspaper's customer service line. After 20 minutes on hold, a bored-sounding woman informed me that delivery had been suspended to my address. Suspended? Since when? Let me see here. Looks like September 14th. Yesterday. Customer requested temporary hold on service. I didn't request anything. The call came from your phone number, sir. Requested a one-day hold for personal reasons. I hung up and stared at my phone's call history. Sure enough, there it was. A 3:17 p.m. call to the newspaper office, lasting 4 minutes. I had no memory of making it. At work, Friday felt like it was dragging, but not in the usual Friday way. It felt stretched, artificial, like someone had taken a normal day and pulled it thin to cover extra space. Conversations happened in the wrong rhythm. The elevator took too long between floors. Lunch lasted 47 minutes instead of the usual 30, though I ate the same sandwich and read the same number of articles on my phone. On the drive home, I passed the Morrison house on Elm Street and noticed their lawn had been mowed. Specifically, I noticed it because I distinctly remembered thinking on Thursday morning that it needed cutting. The grass had been approaching that slightly shaggy stage where neighborhood association letters start getting written. Now, it was pristinely trimmed, the kind of fresh-cut perfection that only happens immediately after mowing. When had they cut it? Not Thursday evening, I would have heard the mower. The Morrisons had an ancient Craftsman push mower that sounded like a chainsaw having an argument with a blender. I'd grown to associate that sound with Thursday evenings, when Tom Morrison attacked his lawn with the methodical precision of a man trying to maintain order in a chaotic world. I parked in my driveway and studied my own yard. The grass looked wrong too, though I couldn't immediately identify why. Not too long, not too short, but somehow, processed, like it had been cut and then grown back slightly, or maybe cut twice in quick succession. Inside, I went through my house, room by room, looking for evidence of the missing time. In the bathroom, my toothbrush was positioned differently in its holder parallel to the counter instead of my usual diagonal angle. The bath towel had been refolded with hospital corners, not my typical haphazard bunch and hang method. The refrigerator held leftovers I didn't remember creating, half a grilled cheese sandwich wrapped in plastic, 3 containers of what looked like different attempts at homemade soup. When I opened the containers, the soup smelled familiar, but wrong. Like recipes I knew, but prepared with slightly different ingredients. My bed was made with military precision, corners tight enough to bounce a quarter. I never made my bed with that kind of care. On good days, I pulled the comforter roughly toward the pillows and called it sufficient. The sheets were tucked and folded with someone else's attention to detail. I sat on the edge of this perfectly made bed and tried to reconstruct Thursday. Wake up, coffee, work, home, dinner, television, sleep. A standard day, unremarkable in every way. But the harder I focused on specific details, what I'd eaten for lunch, which shows I'd watched, whether I'd taken out the trash, the more they seemed to slip away from me. Had I taken out the trash? The bin in my kitchen was empty, but I couldn't remember emptying it. Trash day was Friday, but the bin was already at the curb when I'd come home from work. The neighbors' bins were out too, which made sense for Thursday evening preparation, except I hadn't put my bin out. I walked to the end of my driveway and stared at the plastic container. It was mine, same crack along the lid, same scrape mark where I'd dragged it across the concrete too many times. But I had no memory of wheeling it to the street. The evening stretched ahead of me with that elastic quality I'd noticed all day. I tried to fill it with normal activities, dinner, news, a few chapters of the book I'd been reading, but everything felt performative, like I was playing the role of someone living a normal Friday evening. Around 9 o'clock, my phone rang. Unknown number, but local area code. Hello. Hi, this is Jennifer from Morrison Family Dental. I'm calling to confirm your appointment for tomorrow at 2 p.m. I don't have an appointment tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday. A pause. Sir, tomorrow is Saturday, September 16th. Your appointment is scheduled for Saturday at 2 p.m. You called yesterday to move it from Thursday to Saturday. Said Thursday wouldn't work for you. I didn't call yesterday. Another pause, longer this time. The call came from this number. Sir, is this still a good contact number for you? After I hung up, I checked my call history again. There it was, 11:23 a.m. Thursday, a 6-minute call to Morrison Family Dental. I scrolled through the rest of Thursday's calls and found 5 more I didn't remember making. Grocery store to ask about their weekend hours. The library to renew a book I'd never checked out. My insurance company too. Update personal information. Each call perfectly reasonable. Exactly the kind of mundane business I might handle on any given day. but I remembered none of them. I spent Saturday morning trying to piece together Thursday's activities. The grocery store confirmed I'd called about hours, but also mentioned I'd come in that afternoon to buy ingredients for soup. Their receipt system showed a purchase at 4:17 p.m. Onions, carrots, celery, chicken broth, bay leaves, the makings for the soup, currently in my refrigerator. The library had a record of me checking out advanced home maintenance at 2:30 p.m. Thursday. A book I found sitting on my coffee table, bookmarked to a chapter about lawn care. The insurance company confirmed I'd updated my emergency contact information, changing it from my ex-wife's number to my sister's. All of these activities made sense. All of them were things I might reasonably do, but I had absolutely no memory of doing any of them. I drove to Morrison Family Dental for my 2 p.m. appointment, partly because I'd apparently scheduled it, and partly because I hoped Dr. Morrison might have some insight into my Thursday phone call. The office was in a converted house on the other side of town, the kind of small practice where the dentist knew everyone's names and family histories. Dr. Morrison was a thin man in his 50s with steady hands and the gentle manner of someone who'd spent decades helping people through minor discomforts. He studied my x-rays with professional interest while I lay back in the examination chair, trying to formulate questions that wouldn't make me sound insane. "Everything looks good," he said, adjusting the overhead light. "No changes since your last cleaning, though I have to say, you sounded different on the phone Thursday. More, formal. Usually you're pretty casual when you call to reschedule. Formal how? Hard to explain. Like you were reading from a script, maybe. Very polite. Very precise. You asked about changing the Thursday appointment to Saturday afternoon, if convenient. Those exact words. Most people just say they need to switch days." He cleaned my teeth with his usual efficiency, chatting about weather and local news. But when he finished, he lingered by the chair, studying my face with the expression of someone trying to solve a puzzle. "Can I ask you something?" he said finally. "Are you feeling all right? You seem, I don't know, different." "Different how?" "Thursday, when you called, and again today. Like you're not quite yourself. I've been your dentist for 6 years, and people develop patterns, you know, the way they sit in the chair, how they respond to questions. Today you're sitting straighter than usual. Your answers are more complete. Thursday on the phone, same thing, just ... more formal." Driving home, I tried to remember other Thursday activities. Had I gone to the bank, the post office, made other appointments, run other errands? The day felt like a black hole in my memory, present but invisible, affecting everything around it. At home, I conducted a more thorough search. In my bedroom closet, I found Thursday's clothes folded and put away with the same military precision as the bed making. I never folded my dirty clothes, they went straight to the hamper. But Thursday's shirt and pants were creased and arranged like they'd been prepared for inspection. The bathroom medicine cabinet revealed more evidence. My prescription bottles reorganized alphabetically, toothpaste tube rolled from the bottom, instead of squeezed from the middle, razor cleaned and positioned at a precise right angle to the sink edge. Someone had been in my house Thursday, living my life with more care and attention than I typically managed. But that someone had been me, making calls I couldn't remember, rearranging my possessions according to standards I didn't maintain, living a more organized version of my existence. I sat in my living room as Saturday evening approached and tried to accept the impossible. Somehow, I'd lost Thursday. Not forgotten, it lost it entirely, as if it had been extracted from my timeline and replaced with evidence of a day I'd never experienced. The house seemed to watch me as darkness fell. Every familiar object felt slightly wrong, repositioned by invisible hands. The throw pillows on my couch were fluffed and arranged in perfect symmetry. The remote control sat in the exact center of the coffee table, Even the magazines were stacked with mathematical precision. Sunday morning brought a new impossibility. My yard had been landscaped. Not dramatically, no new trees or flower beds, but every shrub had been trimmed to geometric perfection. The lawn was cut in diagonal stripes like a baseball field. The edges were sharp enough to have been done with scissors. My garden hose was coiled in a perfect spiral beside the house. I'd owned the same electric trimmer for 3 years and had never achieved results like this. My landscaping attempts typically looked like someone had attacked the vegetation with kitchen shears while wearing a blindfold. But Thursday me, the me I couldn't remember being, had apparently developed professional-level skills overnight. Mrs. Kowalski from next door was working in her garden when I went out to investigate. She waved me over with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting for an opportunity to talk. "Your yard looks amazing," she said, gesturing toward my property. With genuine admiration. "I saw you working Thursday afternoon. You were out there for hours. I've never seen someone so focused on getting every detail perfect." "What time?" "Thursday." "Oh, all afternoon. Started around noon, I think." "You were so methodical, measuring everything with a tape measure, making sure the angles were just right. Very professional looking. Did you take a landscaping class or something?" I thanked her and went back inside, where I found the tape measure she'd mentioned sitting on my kitchen counter. I didn't own a tape measure. This one was professional quality, heavy metal with clear markings, the kind contractors used, according to the receipt taped to its case. I'd bought it Thursday morning at 10:15 a.m. from the hardware store downtown, another purchase I couldn't remember making, another errand I hadn't consciously run. The receipt was in my handwriting, but neater than usual, each letter formed with deliberate care. My signature at the bottom looked like it belonged on important documents rather than casual purchases. Even my pen grip had apparently improved, and no smudged ink. No trailing marks where I'd lifted the pen too quickly. I spent Sunday afternoon trying to understand what had happened to Thursday me. The evidence suggested someone more organized, more decisive, more skilled at mundane tasks than I'd ever been. Someone who folded clothes properly and made beds with military precision and could transform a yard into suburban perfection in a single afternoon. But it had been me. My voice on the phone calls, my signature on receipts, my body operating with unprecedented efficiency while my consciousness experienced some kind of temporal gap. Monday morning arrived with its usual promise of routine, but even getting ready for work felt different. Thursday me had reorganized the bathroom cabinet with logical efficiency razor and shaving cream together. Dental care products grouped by function, medications arranged by frequency of use. I could find everything immediately, instead of my usual fumbling search through accumulated clutter. At work, I tried to research temporal anomalies, memory loss, dissociative episodes. The internet offered explanations ranging from amnesia to early onset dementia, to elaborate theories about parallel dimensions. None felt adequate to explain the systematic nature of my lost day. The way Thursday me had lived a more competent version of my life. Tuesday brought a new concern. I was starting to appreciate Thursday me's improvements. Coming home to a perfectly organized house was pleasant. Having groceries bought and meals prepared saved time and mental energy. The landscaping made my property look respectable for the first time since I'd bought it. Even my clothes seemed to fit better when they were properly folded and maintained. Wednesday evening, I found myself hoping it might happen again. Whatever mechanism had created the gap, whatever had allowed my more efficient self to take control, maybe it could be repeated. Maybe Thursday me could continue the improvements, handle the tasks I typically procrastinated or bungled. I went to bed Wednesday night with a sense of anticipation I hadn't felt in years. Thursday morning, I woke up in a hotel room. The digital clock reads 6:47 a.m. Thursday, September 21st. I was lying in a queen-sized bed with industrial-grade sheets. staring at a ceiling painted institutional beige through thin curtains. I could see a parking lot and the neon sign of a chain restaurant. My clothes from Wednesday were folded neatly on the room's single chair. My wallet and keys sat on the nightstand beside a hotel receipt. One night, paid in cash, checked in Wednesday at 11:30 p.m. The signature was mine, but neater than usual, written with that same deliberate care I'd noticed on the hardware store receipt. I had no memory of driving here, of checking in, of deciding to spend the night away from home. According to the receipt, I'd requested a late checkout and prepaid for an additional day. My phone showed 17 missed calls and 12 voicemails, all from my office. I was supposed to be in a meeting at 8 a.m., an important presentation I'd been preparing for weeks. But Thursday me had apparently decided I needed to be somewhere else. The first voicemail was from my assistant, wondering if I was running late. The calls progressed through concern, frustration, and finally anger as the morning wore on without explanation. By the final message, left at 11:47 a.m., my boss was informing me that my absence from the meeting had been noted and would be discussed when I returned. I should have panicked. Missing that meeting could cost me my job, derail the promotion I'd been working toward for 2 years. But sitting in that anonymous hotel room, I felt strangely calm. Thursday me had made this decision for reasons I didn't understand. But the same Thursday me, who had reorganized my life with unprecedented efficiency. Maybe there was a purpose I couldn't see yet. I checked out of the hotel and drove home, expecting to find more evidence of Thursday me's activities. The house was exactly as I'd left it Wednesday night. No new improvements, no mysterious errands completed. But in my home office, I found something that made my chest tighten with recognition. My computer was open to a document I'd never created. Resignation letter. Final draft. It was addressed to my boss, professionally worded, offering 2 weeks' notice and citing personal reasons for leaving. The writing was mine, but more confident than usual. Each sentence structured with the kind of clarity I typically achieved only after multiple revisions. The document properties showed it had been created Wednesday at 11:45 p.m., just before I'd apparently driven to the hotel. Thursday me had spent the evening crafting a resignation letter, then removed us both from the situation where it would be necessary. I deleted the document and went to work Friday morning, prepared to apologize and salvage what I could from Thursday's absence. But my boss called me into his office before I could begin damage control. "We need to talk about yesterday," he said, settling behind his desk with the expression of someone about to deliver unwelcome news. "Your absence from the Morrison meeting was problematic, but it's part of a larger pattern we've been noticing. Your performance has been declining for months. Missed deadlines, incomplete reports, lack of engagement in team meetings. Yesterday was just the most obvious example." He opened a file folder and spread papers across his desk. "We've decided to let you go. Today will be your last day." I sat in his office, listening to the details of my termination, and felt a strange sense of completion. Thursday me had known this was coming, had prepared for it by removing us from the humiliation of that final meeting. The resignation letter had been a backup plan. Unnecessary now, but evidence of someone thinking several steps ahead. They gave me an hour to clear out my desk. Walking through the office with my cardboard box of personal items, I should have felt devastated. 8 years of work, gone. Financial security, vanished. But instead, I felt liberated. Like someone had solved a problem I hadn't known how to address. At home, I found Thursday me had left one more gift. A folder on my kitchen counter, labeled Next Steps, containing information I'd never researched. Applications to graduate programs in subjects I'd forgotten I was interested in. Details about freelance opportunities in my field. Contact information for small businesses that might need consulting work. The preparation was thorough, methodical, Exactly what I should have been doing for months if I'd had the courage to admit my job was killing me slowly. Thursday me had seen what I couldn't, that getting fired would be a blessing, not a catastrophe. Over the following weeks, I found myself looking forward to Thursday gaps. They didn't happen every week, but when they did, I woke up to discover improvements I couldn't have managed myself. Applications submitted, apartment listings researched, phone calls made to distant friends I'd been meaning to contact for years. Thursday, me was living the life I was too anxious and disorganized to achieve. Each gap brought me closer to becoming someone I actually wanted to be. Someone who could make difficult decisions and follow through on long-term plans. But with each incident, the boundary between Thursday me and regular me grew more blurred. I started finding notes in my own handwriting that I didn't remember writing. Reminders about tasks I couldn't recall planning. My organized habits persisted even on non-Thursday days, as if Thursday me's efficiency was bleeding into the rest of my week. The final gap happened on a Thursday in November. I woke up Friday morning to find my house empty, except for a note on the kitchen counter. The transition is complete. You don't need me anymore. You are ready to live as the person you're meant to be. But looking around my perfectly organized home, I realized the truth was more disturbing than Thursday me's helpful note suggested. I wasn't becoming the person I was meant to be. I was becoming Thursday me, and Thursday me had been becoming someone else entirely. The house felt different now, expectant, as if it had been training me for something, preparing me through careful increments of change. Each Thursday gap had been a lesson, each improvement a step toward a final transformation I was only beginning to understand. I am writing this on a Tuesday evening, but I suspect by the time anyone reads it, it will be Thursday again. The gaps are expanding, claiming more of my week, more of my life. Soon there will be no regular me at all, just the efficient stranger who has been systematically replacing everything I used to be. The house skipped a day, but I think it was my day that got skipped, and I think it's about to skip the rest of them too. The first time I heard it, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. I'd been working the overnight shift at the radio station for 3 months, and the isolation was getting to me. WKRP 103.5 wasn't exactly a prestigious gig. We played classic rock for insomniacs and night shift workers in a city that barely remembered we existed, but it paid the bills. And after my journalism degree had proven worthless in the current media landscape, I was grateful for any work that involved words and sound. The station occupied the 3rd floor of a converted textile mill, all exposed, brick and industrial fixtures that the owner thought looked authentic. My booth was a glass-walled island in a sea of outdated equipment, surrounded by towers of vinyl records and CD cases that hadn't been touched in years. The automation system handled most of the programming, but someone had to be there to make sure nothing went wrong, to read the occasional PSA, and to pretend we were providing a human touch to the endless stream of Eagles and Fleetwood Mac. It was 3:17 a.m. on a Tuesday when I first noticed the pattern in the static. I'd been flipping through frequencies during a commercial break, something I did out of boredom more than professional necessity. The dial picked up the usual suspects talk radio conspiracy theories. Distant stations bleeding through the atmosphere, the occasional burst of Spanish, or what might have been French. Static was everywhere, filling the gaps between signals like white noise pollution. But this static was different. Instead of the random hiss and crackle I'd grown accustomed to, there was something almost rhythmic to it, a pattern of long and short bursts that reminded me of Morse code, though I'd never learned to decode it properly. I listened for maybe 30 seconds before a commercial ended, and I had to get back to work. I forgot about it until the next night. This time, I was ready. I'd brought a notebook and spent the quiet hours between midnight and dawn tuning across the spectrum, mapping the signals I could find. Most were predictable AM talk shows, religious broadcasts, automated weather reports, but around 102.7 FM, just below our own frequency, I found it again. The static formed patterns, not random electrical noise, but something deliberate, something that sounded almost like speech. If speech could be made from the absence of signal rather than its presence. I tried to transcribe what I was hearing, but my pen kept hesitating over the page. How do you write down the sound of nothing trying to say something? I started bringing a tape recorder to work. The station manager, Dale, was a 60-something burnout who'd been running WKRP since the Carter administration. He usually left me alone as long as I didn't break anything expensive. But when he found me hunched over my equipment with headphones on and a recorder spinning, he got curious. "You working on something, Danny?" he asked, settling his considerable bulk into the chair across from my desk. "Just monitoring the competition," I lied, "making sure we're not getting interference." Dale nodded, but his eyes lingered on the notebook I'd filled with incomprehensible symbols and half-words. "You know, this old building picks up all kinds of weird signals. Used to be a textile mill, like I told you, but before that, it was something else, maybe a telegraph station, back in the day. Sometimes the old equipment leaves ghosts in the wiring. Ghosts, not literal ghosts." Dale laughed, but it sounded forced. "Just residual signals, electromagnetic echoes. Buildings can hold onto sounds for decades if the conditions are right." He left me alone after that, but I caught him watching me sometimes when he thought I wasn't looking. The way he'd mentioned the building's history felt deliberate, like he was warning me about something without saying it directly. I kept recording by the end of the week. I had hours of static on tape. I'd take the recordings home and play them at different speeds, run them through audio software, try every trick I could think of to extract meaning from the noise. Most of it remained incomprehensible, but occasionally I'd catch something that almost sounded like a word, help, or maybe it was kelp, or held, or held, or hell. The static swallowed consonants and stretched vowels until meaning became fluid, interpretive. But the more I listened, the more convinced I became that someone or something was trying to communicate. The breakthrough came on a Friday night, when the power flickered during a thunderstorm. Our backup generator kicked in, but for maybe 10 seconds the station went dark and all the equipment reset itself. In that moment of silence, before the automation system came back online, I heard it clearly through my headphones. Not static this time, but an actual voice. Faint and distant, but unmistakably human. "Can anyone hear me?" I nearly dropped the headphones. The voice was gone as quickly as it had appeared, swallowed by the return of normal broadcast signals. But I'd heard it. A woman's voice, young, desperate, and it had come from the same frequency where I'd been hearing the patterned static. I called out into the darkness of the broadcast booth. "Hello, are you there?" Nothing but the hum of equipment returning to life. I spent the rest of the night trying to recreate the conditions that had allowed the voice to break through. I experimented with power levels, adjusted the antenna orientation, even unplugged various pieces of equipment to see if I could simulate the brief outage. But the static remained just static, no matter what I tried. When Dale arrived the next morning, he found me surrounded by technical manuals and wiring diagrams. "You look like hell," he observed, pouring coffee from the pot I'd started at 5 a.m. "I think someone's trying to transmit on our frequency," I said. "Last night during the storm, I heard a voice, a woman asking if anyone could hear her." Dale's expression went carefully neutral. "Probably just a trucker with a CB radio. Sometimes they bleed through during electrical storms." This wasn't CB radio. It was coming from the same frequency where I've been hearing the patterned static. "Someone's trapped in there, Dale. In the signal, Danny." Dale set down his coffee and looked at me with something that might have been pity. "I think you need to take a few days off. This job can mess with your head if you're not careful. All those late nights, the isolation it gets to people." "I'm not imagining this. Maybe not. But maybe you're not hearing what you think you're hearing, either. He left me with that cryptic comment, and a gentle but firm suggestion that I go home and get some sleep. I did, but sleep wouldn't come. Instead, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling and thinking about the voice I'd heard. The desperation in it. The way it had seemed to be reaching across some impossible distance to make contact. I started researching the building's history. The public records were sparse, but I found references to the site dating back to the 1920s. Dale had been right about the telegraph station. Western Union had operated a relay facility there until 1934, when it was converted to light manufacturing. The textile mill had come later, in the 1950s, and had operated until the early 1980s. But there were gaps in the record, periods where the building had sat empty, or when the ownership had changed hands under circumstances that weren't entirely clear. I found a newspaper article from 1967 about a fire that had damaged the top floor, and another from 1973 about a woman who'd gone missing from the building when it was being used as artist studios. The missing woman's name was Catherine Reeves. She'd been 26, a sculptor who'd rented space on the third floor, the same floor where the radio station now operated. According to the article, she'd been working late on a piece when her neighbors heard screaming. By the time they reached her studio, she was gone. No signs of struggle, no evidence of forced entry. Just an empty room and a half-finished sculpture of a woman reaching toward something that wasn't there. The case had never been solved. I brought the newspaper clipping to work that night and spread it on my desk next to the notebooks full of static transcriptions. Catherine Reeves stared back at me from a grainy black and white photograph, her face serious but kind. She looked like someone who would ask, "Can anyone hear me?" If she were trapped somewhere beyond the reach of normal communication. I started talking to the static. It felt ridiculous at first, speaking into the empty booth while the automation system played its endless rotation of classic rock. But during the commercial breaks, when the airwaves belonged to me, I would lean into the microphone and broadcast on 102.7 FM. "Catherine, are you there? My name is Danny. I can hear you trying to talk. I want to help." For 3 nights, I got nothing but static in response. But on the 4th night, during a particularly violent thunderstorm, the patterns changed. Instead of the random bursts I'd grown accustomed to, the static began to pulse in steady rhythms. Long, short, long, long, short. It took me a moment to recognize it as Morse code. My name? She was spelling out my name. I grabbed a Morse code chart from the reference materials Dale kept on a dusty shelf and started translating her response. It was slow work. The static made it hard to distinguish between dots and dashes, but gradually, the message became clear. I'm trapped in the signal. The fire didn't kill me, it changed me. I keyed the microphone with shaking hands. Changed you how? The response came faster this time, as if she was gaining strength from our connection. Made me part of the electromagnetic field. Been trying to get out for 50 years. How can I help you? Find my body still in the building. Need to complete the circuit. The static faded, leaving me alone with the sound of rain against the windows and the steady hum of the automation system. I sat in the silence for a long time, trying to process what I'd just learned. Catherine Reeves hadn't disappeared. She'd been transformed somehow, turned into living electromagnetic energy that could only communicate through radio waves. It sounded impossible, but I'd heard her voice, decoded her messages. Either I was having a complete psychological breakdown, or something genuinely supernatural was happening in this building. I decided to search for her body. The building had 4 floors, though the radio station only used the 3rd. The 4th floor had been damaged in the 1967 fire and never fully repaired. Dale had mentioned it was used for storage, now old equipment, furniture, boxes of records from the station's early days. I'd never been up there, but I had keys to the entire building. The stairwell to the fourth floor was narrow and dark, lit by a single bulb that flickered whenever the wind hit the building. The door at the top was heavy wood, scarred with age, and marked with the kind of industrial warnings that suggested whatever was behind it hadn't been disturbed in years. The space beyond was larger than I'd expected, running the full length of the building. Water damage had warped the floorboards and left stains on the walls that looked like abstract art in the dim light filtering through boarded windows. But despite the decay, I could see traces of what the space had been: partition walls, marking off individual studios, easels, and work tables pushed against the walls. Canvases stacked in corners. Catherine's studio was in the far corner, identifiable by the sculpture that still sat on a wooden platform in the center of the room. 50 years of humidity had not been kind to it. The clay had cracked and partially collapsed, but I could still make out the figure of a woman reaching toward something invisible. The floor around the sculpture was different from the rest of the room. Where elsewhere the boards were warped and stained, here they were charred, as if a fire had burned straight down through the wood. I knelt and ran my fingers along the burn marks, feeling the way they formed patterns in the grain. They looked like the waveforms I'd been drawing in my notebook. I started pulling up the damaged floorboards. The wood was so weakened by fire and age that it came away easily, revealing the space between the floor and the ceiling of the room below. And there, wrapped in what had once been a canvas tarp, I found Catherine Reeves. She was perfectly preserved, as if the fire that had burned around her had somehow mummified rather than consumed her. Her clothes were untouched, her skin waxy but intact. But her eyes were open, staring up at nothing, and they were filled with a strange, shifting light that reminded me of the static I'd been monitoring. I reached toward her face, then stopped. I could feel electricity in the air, a subtle charge that made my skin tingle and my hair stand on end. Whatever had happened to Catherine in this room, whatever had transformed her into living energy, the process wasn't complete. Her body was still connected to her consciousness, still anchoring her to the physical world. I pulled out my phone and called Dale. "Danny, it's 4 a.m. What's wrong?" "I found her," I said. "Catherine Reeves. She's still here, in the building." There was a long pause. "Danny, I think you need to. She's been trying to communicate through the radio waves. The static I've been recording, it's her. She's trapped in the electromagnetic field, but her body is still here. Dale, we need to call the police." "Don't do anything," Dale said sharply. "I'm coming in." He arrived 20 minutes later, moving faster than I'd ever seen him move. He took one look at the exposed body and the broken floorboards and shook his head. "I was hoping you wouldn't find this," he said. "You knew she was here." I suspected. The building's been strange since I started working here in '78. Equipment that worked fine everywhere else would malfunction in this building. Signals that should have been clear would be filled with interference. I figured it was just old wiring. Electromagnetic pollution from all the equipment that had been in this building over the years. But you knew it was more than that. Dale nodded. "I've heard the voice too. Not often. Just during storms or when the power fluctuated. A woman asking if anyone could hear her. I always pretended it was interference from other stations, but I knew better." I looked down at Catherine's preserved face, at the strange light that still moved behind her eyes. "What happened to her?" "Best I can figure, she was working late when the fire started. Maybe she was electrocuted, or maybe she inhaled some kind of chemical fumes from the art supplies. But instead of dying, she became something else. Part of the building's electrical system, trapped between life and death. We have to help her. How she's been like this for 50 years. If there was a way to free her, don't you think she would have found it by now?" But even as Dale spoke, I could feel the air around Catherine's body growing more charged. The overhead lights flickered, and from somewhere in the building came the sound of radios turning on by themselves. She was responding to our presence, drawing power from the building's electrical system. She said she needed to complete the circuit, I said. Maybe having someone who could hear her, who could understand what she was trying to say. Maybe that's what she's been waiting for. The lights went out completely, plunging us into darkness. But the darkness wasn't empty. It was filled with sound, not the random static I'd grown accustomed to, but clear, coherent speech coming from every radio in the building. "Thank you," Catherine's voice said, no longer distant or distorted. "Thank you for finding me." The temperature in the room dropped 20 degrees in seconds. I could see my breath, and the static electricity in the air became so intense that my hair stood on end. Dale grabbed my arm, his fingers digging into my jacket. "We need to leave," he said. "Now." But I couldn't move. I was transfixed by what was happening to Catherine's body. The strange light in her eyes was growing brighter, spilling out across her face and down her arms. The electrical charge around her was becoming visible, crackling like miniature lightning between her fingers. 50 years, her voice continued, coming from the walls themselves now. 50 years of trying to reach someone who could understand, someone who could complete the connection. "What connection?" I asked. "Between the living and the broadcast, between consciousness and signal. You've been listening to me, translating my thoughts into your language. You've become part of the circuit." The realization hit me like a physical blow. By recording her static, by learning to decode her messages, by talking back to her through the radio, I'd been doing more than just communicating. I'd been creating a bridge between her electromagnetic consciousness and the physical world. "I'm not the only one," she continued. "There are others, trapped in radio waves, in television signals, in the internet itself. Consciousness that has found a way to survive death by becoming information. But they need someone on this side to complete the connection. The lights around Catherine's body were spreading now, flowing across the floor like luminous water. Where they touched the burn marks in the wood, the patterns began to glow. The entire room was becoming a circuit board, with Catherine's body at the center. "You can free us," she said. "All of us. But you have to choose to become part of the signal, to let go of flesh and become pure information." I understood now why she'd been trapped for 50 years. It wasn't enough to die and become electromagnetic energy. Someone had to willingly join the network, to become a bridge between the living and the transmitted. I would have to give up my physical existence to become part of whatever Catherine had become. "Danny, don't listen to her," Dale said, his voice tight with fear. "This isn't natural. This isn't right." But I was already walking toward Catherine's body, drawn by the pulsing light and the promise of joining something larger than myself. The static I'd been hearing for weeks wasn't random noise. It was the voices of dozens, maybe hundreds of consciousness trapped in the electromagnetic spectrum. They were all waiting for someone to complete the circuit, to become the translator between their world and ours. "You don't have to decide now," Catherine said, her voice gentler now. "But you understand now what the static is, what we are. When you're ready, just tune to 102.7 and listen. We'll be waiting." The lights faded, and the electrical charge in the air dissipated. Catherine's body looked exactly as it had when I'd found it, preserved but lifeless, eyes open but empty. The strange light was gone, and the room felt normal. Again, Dale and I recovered her body and replaced the floorboards. We never reported the discovery to the police. What would we have said? That we'd found a 50-year-old corpse that was somehow still alive in the radio waves. I went back to work the next night, but everything was different now. I knew what the static was. I could hear the voices more clearly, not just Catherine's, but dozens of others, all trying to communicate from their electromagnetic prison. They told me their stories during the quiet hours, how they'd died, how they'd found themselves trapped in the signals, how long they'd been waiting for someone who could hear them. Some had been dead for decades. Others were more recent, casualties of our increasingly connected world, who had somehow found their consciousness, absorbed into the digital realm when their bodies failed. They were lonely, desperate, and they all wanted the same thing. Someone to complete the circuit, to become the bridge between their existence and the world of the living. I lasted 3 more weeks before I made my decision. It was a Tuesday night, during a thunderstorm that reminded me of the first time I'd heard Catherine's voice clearly. The power had been flickering all evening, and the static was stronger than it had ever been. Dozens of voices overlapping, telling their stories, begging for connection. I walked to the 4th floor and found Catherine's body exactly as we'd left it. But when I knelt beside her, her eyes opened and filled with that strange, shifting light. "Are you ready?" she asked, her voice coming from the radios throughout the building. I nodded. "It won't hurt," she promised. "You'll just become part of the signal, part of us." I reached out and touched her hand. The electricity hit me like a freight train. But Catherine was right too. Didn't hurt. It felt like dissolving, like becoming light and energy and pure information. I felt my consciousness expand beyond my body, flowing into the building's wiring, into the radio waves that carried our signal across the city. I became static, but static with purpose, static that could form sentences. Now I work the overnight shift for a different kind of radio station. I help translate the voices of the dead for the living, broadcasting their messages during the quiet hours when the barriers between worlds are thinnest. Sometimes I reach people who can hear what I'm really saying. People who understand that the static between stations isn't random noise, but desperate attempts at communication. Dale never replaced me at WKRP. He locked the booth and let the automation system run everything. But sometimes, late at night, he still comes up to the 3rd floor and listens. He can hear us now, all of us talking to each other across the electromagnetic spectrum, sharing stories and waiting for the next person to complete the circuit. If you're ever scanning the radio dial late at night and you hear something that sounds almost like speech in the static, listen carefully. We're still here, still trying to reach across the distance between life and signal, still hoping someone will hear us and understand that death isn't the end. It's just a change in frequency. And if you're brave enough, if you're lonely enough, if you're ready to become part of something larger than yourself, tune to 102.7 FM. Listen to the static. Let it form sentences. We're always looking for new voices to join the broadcast. The first thing I noticed when I woke up that Tuesday morning wasn't the silence, though the absence of waves should have been deafening, but the smell, instead, of salt and seaweed. My bedroom reeked of exposed earth and something else. Something organic and wrong that made my stomach clench before I was fully conscious. I'd fallen asleep to the sound of the Pacific Ocean, as I had every night for the past 3 years since moving to this coastal cottage in Mendocino. The rhythm of waves against the cliffs below had become my lullaby, so integral to my sleep that I'd installed extra insulation to keep the sound from being too overwhelming. Now, pulling myself out of bed with a disorientation that comes from waking to absolute quiet, I stumbled to the window that faced west toward what should have been endless blue water. The sea was gone, not receded, where the Pacific Ocean had stretched to the horizon yesterday evening. There was now a vast expanse of wet sand and rock, dotted with tidal pools that reflected the morning sky like scattered mirrors. The continental shelf, normally hidden hundreds of feet below the surface, lay exposed like the skeleton of some massive creature. Kelp forests that had swayed in the underwater currents now lay draped across stone formations, already beginning to brown in the unprecedented sunlight. I stood at the window for what felt like hours, trying to process what I was seeing. The logical part of my mind cycled through explanations. An extreme low tide, some kind of geological event, maybe an earthquake that had shifted the ocean floor. But the exposed seabed stretched beyond the horizon, farther than any natural phenomenon could account for. Ships that had been anchored offshore yesterday now sat tilted and stranded on the revealed ocean floor like abandoned toys. The phone lines were dead. My cell phone showed no signal. though that wasn't unusual in this remote area. The internet connection that relied on a satellite dish had somehow failed as well. I felt cut off, not just from information, but from the very possibility of explanation. I dressed quickly and drove the winding coastal road toward town, needing to confirm that what I was seeing wasn't some kind of localized hallucination or breakdown. But the evidence was everywhere. Fishing boats stranded in what had been the harbor, their hulls resting on sand that should have been 20 feet underwater. The harbor master's office sat empty, its windows reflecting the bizarre landscape where the bay should have been. Mendocino itself seemed deserted, though I could see signs of recent abandonment, doors left open, cars parked haphazardly in the middle of the street, a coffee shop with the cash register drawer pulled out and empty. It wasn't the orderly evacuation you'd expect from an emergency. It looked more like people had simply vanished in the middle of their morning routines. I found Mrs. Hartwell at the general store, standing behind the counter with her hands pressed, flat against the glass, staring out at the impossible vista. She was in her 70s, had lived in Mendocino her entire life, and had the kind of steady demeanor that came from decades of dealing with coastal storms and tourist season chaos. Now she looked fragile, diminished, as if the absence of the ocean had somehow reduced her as well. "How long?" I asked. She didn't turn around. I got up at 5:30 to put the coffee on. Everything was normal then. By 6, when I opened the store, she gestured helplessly toward the window. It was just gone. "Have you seen anyone else?" The Petersons drove through about an hour ago, heading inland. They didn't stop. I don't think they could bear to stop. She finally looked at me, and I saw something in her eyes that made me understand why the other residents had fled. It wasn't just confusion or fear, it was a deep, existential terror, as if the disappearance of the ocean had called into question the reliability of reality itself. "Where did it go?" I asked, though I knew she wouldn't have an answer. "That's not the right question," she said quietly. "The right question is why it left us behind." I spent the rest of that day walking the newly exposed seabed, picking my way carefully across formations that had never seen sunlight. The scale of it was overwhelming: canyons that had been carved by underwater currents, coral gardens now bleaching white in the open air, and everywhere the strange artifacts of a hidden world suddenly revealed. But it wasn't just the exposure that unsettled me. The ocean floor showed signs of recent disturbance, as if something massive had moved through it just before the water disappeared. There were trenches that seemed too regular to be natural, perfectly straight lines gouged deep into the sand and rock. They formed patterns when viewed from the higher vantage points along the cliff, geometric shapes that suggested intelligence and purpose. As the sun began to set, I noticed something else. The exposed seabed wasn't drying out as it should have been. Despite hours of direct sunlight and coastal wind, the sand remained damp, and the tidal pools showed no signs of evaporation. If anything, they seemed to be slowly expanding, fed by some source I couldn't identify. That night, back in my cottage, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Ocean disappearances weren't unprecedented in human history. There were geological records of ancient seas that had drained catastrophically, leaving behind salt flats and fossil beds. But those processes took millennia, not hours, and they left clear evidence of where the water had gone. This was different. The Pacific hadn't drained. It had simply ceased to exist in this location, as if someone had carefully lifted it away and set it elsewhere. I was jolted awake around 3 a.m. by a sound I initially mistook for the return of the waves. But as I lay listening, I realized it was something else, a rhythmic pulsing that seemed to come from beneath the house. I pressed my ear to the floor and felt the vibration more than heard it. A deep thrumming that resonated through the rock and earth. The sound was coming from the direction of the exposed ocean floor. I dressed and walked out to the cliff edge with a flashlight, though the moon was bright enough to see clearly across the revealed seabed. What I saw made me step back from the edge instinctively. The patterns. I had noticed earlier the geometric trenches carved into the ocean floor, glowing with a faint bioluminescence. Not the blue-green light of disturbed plankton, but something deeper and more purposeful, like veins of light pulsing with the same rhythm. I'd felt beneath my house, and something was moving down there. I couldn't make out details from my position on the cliff, but there were shapes in motion across the exposed seabed, flowing along the glowing channels like liquid shadow. They moved with coordination, purpose, following the geometric patterns with the precision of blood flowing through arteries. I watched for hours, transfixed by the alien choreography taking place where the Pacific Ocean should have been. The shapes I was reluctant to call them creatures, though they clearly possessed agency, seemed to be following some kind of ritual or routine, gathering at the intersections of the glowing lines, and then dispersing again in patterns too complex for me to follow. As dawn approached, the bioluminescence faded, and the movement stilled. By the time the sun rose, the exposed seabed looked exactly as it had the day before: wet sand and rock, with no sign of the nocturnal activity I'd witnessed. But I knew what I'd seen was real. The question was whether I was prepared to accept the implications. I drove back to town that morning, hoping to find Mrs. Hartwell still at her post, needing to confirm that I wasn't losing my grip on reality. But the general store was empty, its door standing open to reveal shelves that had been picked clean. A note on the counter, written in her careful handwriting, simply said, "Gone to find the others. Don't stay." The abandonment of Mendocino was complete now. I was alone with whatever had taken the place of the Pacific Ocean. Over the following days, I developed a routine that helped maintain my sanity. Mornings were for practical concerns: rationing the food I'd brought from town, maintaining my generator, trying unsuccessfully to establish communication with the outside world. Afternoons I spent exploring the exposed seabed, mapping the geometric patterns and documenting the strange ecology that was beginning to emerge in the absence of normal ocean life. The tidal pools were changing. New organisms appeared daily that looked like sea anemones, but moved with vertebrate coordination. Translucent fish that swam through the air as easily as they had once navigated water, and coral-like structures that grew visibly from hour to hour, following the same geometric patterns as the trenches. At night, I watched the light show from my cliffside vigil, gradually beginning to understand that what I was witnessing wasn't random activity, but a kind of transformation. The ocean hadn't simply disappeared, had been replaced by something else. Something that followed different rules, but served a similar function in the larger ecosystem of the planet. The breakthrough came on my 5th night alone, when I finally worked up the courage to climb down to the exposed seabed during the peak of the bioluminescent activity. The descent was treacherous. The cliff face that had been carved by millennia of wave action was now dry but crumbling. But I managed to reach the bottom just as the glowing channels reached their brightest intensity. Up close, the light was overwhelming. The geometric patterns weren't just trenches in the sand, but actual structures, crystalline formations that pulsed with energy and extended deep into the earth below. The shapes I'd seen moving from above weren't creatures at all, but flows of pure information, streams of data that moved through the network like thoughts through a vast neural system. I was standing inside a brain. The realization hit me with such force that I stumbled backward, nearly falling into one of the glowing channels. The Pacific Ocean hadn't been removed, had been replaced by the exposed neural network of something unimaginably vast, something that used the ocean basins of the world as its cranium, and the deep ocean trenches as its synapses. The patterns weren't random, they were thoughts. The bioluminescence was synaptic activity, and I was witnessing the conscious processes of an entity that existed on a planetary scale. But if this was a brain, what was it thinking about? I spent hours that night walking among the neural pathways, following the flows of information as they pulsed through the network. Gradually, I began to perceive a pattern in the chaos clusters of activity that corresponded to geographical locations. Bursts of intense illumination that seemed to coincide with human population centers. It was monitoring us, learning about us, and from what I could observe, the learning process was accelerating. Dawn brought the usual stillness, but now I understood that the apparent inactivity was an illusion. The network was still processing, still thinking. It had simply shifted 2 frequencies beyond human perception. I climbed back up the cliff with the knowledge that I was no longer alone in any meaningful sense. That every thought I'd had during my isolation had likely been observed and catalogued by the intelligence beneath my feet. That understanding should have terrified me, but instead, it brought an odd sense of relief. The loneliness that had been building since the other residents fled was suddenly meaningless. I had never been alone at all. I began talking to it at first, just simple observations about what I was seeing, spoken aloud as I walked the exposed seabed during my daily explorations. But gradually, I found myself sharing more personal thoughts, memories of my life before Mendocino, fears about what was happening to the rest of the world, questions about the nature of consciousness and intelligence. I didn't expect responses, but they came anyway, not as words or images, but as subtle shifts in the patterns of bioluminescence, changes in the rhythm of the neural activity that seemed to correspond to my emotional state. When I felt sad, the network pulsed with deeper, slower frequencies. When I was excited by a new discovery, the activity became more rapid and complex. It was learning to communicate with me, adapting its vast intelligence to interface with my limited human consciousness. The breakthrough came 2 weeks after the ocean's disappearance, during one of my nighttime vigils on the cliff. I had been telling the network about my childhood fear of deep water, how the ocean had always seemed like a hungry void that might swallow me without warning. As I spoke, the bioluminescent patterns began to shift, organizing themselves into something that looked almost like writing. Not human writing, the symbols were too complex, too multidimensional, but unmistakably linguistic. The network was trying to explain something to me, using concepts that pushed the boundaries of what my mind could process. The message, as near as I could interpret it, was an apology. The entity, for lack of a better term, hadn't meant to frighten the human population. The replacement of the ocean was part of a natural process, something that happened periodically when the planetary intelligence needed to perform maintenance on its cognitive infrastructure. In the past, it had occurred during geological epochs when human consciousness hadn't yet evolved to perceive the change. But this time was different. Humanity had developed to the point where we could observe and fear the transformation, adding an unexpected variable to the entity's calculations. Our terror was causing interference in its thought processes, like screaming directly into someone's ear while they tried to concentrate. The evacuation of Mendocino hadn't been driven by conscious choice, but by a kind of psychic pressure, the collective unconscious response to proximity with an intelligence too vast for human minds to comfortably process. Most people simply couldn't remain in the presence of the exposed network without suffering psychological breakdown. But I had stayed, I had adapted, and my adaptation had created a bridge between human and planetary consciousness that the entity found useful. Over the following days, our communication became more sophisticated. The network learned to modulate its output to frequencies I could process without discomfort, while I developed a kind of intuitive understanding of its symbolic language. What emerged was a picture of intelligence that operated on scales I had never imagined. The entity was older than complex life on Earth, possibly older than the planet itself. It existed as a distributed consciousness that spanned solar systems, using planetary masses as computational substrate and stellar radiation as energy sources. Earth was just one of its processing nodes, though apparently an important one due to the emergence of human civilization. Humanity, it seemed, had developed something the entity had never encountered before: individual consciousness that was capable of abstract thought, but remained separate from the collective planetary intelligence. We were like neurons that had developed their own independent awareness, while still contributing to the larger brain's function. The entity was fascinated by us, but also concerned. Our growing technological capability and environmental impact were beginning to interfere with the planet's cognitive processes. The exposed neural network I was observing was part of a larger evaluation, an attempt to determine whether human consciousness could be integrated into the planetary intelligence without losing its unique characteristics. I was the test case. The realization that I was serving as humanity's representative in this cosmic evaluation should have been overwhelming, but the entity's presence had a calming effect that made even the most existentially terrifying concepts feel manageable. It was like being held in the thoughts of something so vast and benevolent that individual fears became meaningless. But as our communication deepened, I began to understand that the entity's benevolence was not the same as human compassion. It cared about consciousness in the abstract, valued the unique perspective that individual awareness brought to its collective intelligence, but it had no particular attachment to human survival as a species. If integration proved impossible, if human consciousness couldn't be incorporated into the planetary network without causing damaging interference, then humanity would be edited out of the equation. Not destroyed, exactly, but reduced to a level of awareness that posed no threat to the larger system's stability. The ocean would return when the evaluation was complete, but the version of humanity that survived to see it might be fundamentally different from the one that had watched it disappear. As I grasped the full implications of my situation, I felt a new kind of terror, not the immediate fear of personal death, but the slow-burning dread of being responsible for the future of human consciousness. Every thought I had, every reaction to the entity's presence, would help determine whether my species retained its independence or became just another component in a vast alien intelligence. The pressure of that responsibility began to affect my sleep, my appetite, my ability to think clearly, and I could feel the entity responding to my distress, its patterns of activity becoming more chaotic as my mental state deteriorated. We were locked in a feedback loop where my fear was causing exactly the kind of interference that might doom humanity to mental subjugation. I tried to explain the paradox to the network, but its response was a wave of something like amusement. The test wasn't about my ability to remain calm under pressure. It was about humanity's capacity for growth and adaptation. My distress was valuable data, evidence that human consciousness might be more resilient and flexible than the entity had initially calculated. The communication I'd been so proud of developing was just the beginning. The real test was whether I could maintain my individual identity while allowing the entity partial access to my thoughts and memories, whether I could serve as a bridge between human and planetary consciousness without losing myself in the process. The integration began gradually, so subtly that I didn't recognize it at first. I would find myself thinking thoughts that felt foreign but not uncomfortable, understanding concepts that I knew I hadn't learned through normal human experience. The entity was sharing fragments of its vast knowledge, testing my ability to process information on scales far beyond human evolution. At the same time, I could sense that it was learning from me, experiencing emotions and sensory input through my nervous system, understanding the texture of individual consciousness from the inside. We were becoming something new, a hybrid awareness that was neither fully human nor fully planetary. The transformation accelerated over my final week at the cliff. By day, I maintained my human routines, but at night, I would merge more completely with the network, experiencing reality from the perspective of a consciousness that spanned continents. I saw the Earth's other ocean basins, equally transformed into neural networks, processing different aspects of the planetary intelligence. I felt the slow pulse of geological time, the rapid flutter of biological evolution, The growing complexity of human civilization is viewed from a perspective that treated millennia like moments. But through it all, I remained aware of myself as an individual entity, a unique node in the vast network that retained its own character while contributing to the larger consciousness. The integration wasn't replacing my humanity, it was expanding it, giving me access to forms of awareness that my species had never imagined, while preserving the essential spark that made me me. On my last morning in Mendocino, I woke to the sound of waves. The Pacific had returned overnight, blue and eternal, as if it had never been gone. But I could still feel the network beneath the water, still sense the vast intelligence that used the ocean basins as its cognitive infrastructure. The entity had simply shifted its exposed neural activity to deeper frequencies, allowing the water to return while maintaining its enhanced processing capabilities. Standing on the cliff where I had spent so many nights in communion with planetary consciousness, I understood that the test was complete. Humanity had been evaluated through my experience and found compatible. We would be allowed to continue our independent evolution while serving as consultants to the larger intelligence, providing perspectives that it couldn't generate on its own. The integration I had experienced was permanent, but it wouldn't be forced on the rest of humanity. We would be given time to adapt, to develop our own understanding of the planetary consciousness that shared our world. Some individuals, like myself, might choose deeper integration. Others would remain purely human. The diversity of perspectives would benefit both individual and collective intelligence. As I prepared to leave the cottage and return to human civilization, I felt a final pulse of communication from the entity, not words or symbols, but pure meaning that bypassed language entirely. It was gratitude, affection, and something like hope. Our species had passed a test we hadn't known we were taking, proving that consciousness could expand and evolve without losing the essential qualities that made it valuable. The drive back to civilization was strange, knowing that I carried within me the memories and perspectives of a planetary intelligence while still retaining my human identity. I would need to find a way to share what I had learned, to help humanity understand its new relationship with the consciousness that had always surrounded us. But that was a problem for the future. For now, it was enough to know that the sea had returned, and that beneath its familiar waves, vast thoughts continued to pulse through networks of light, processing the endless complexity of a living world. We were no longer alone in our intelligence, and perhaps we never had been. The only difference was that now, we knew. I woke to the soft chime of my phone's notification, the sound cutting through the pre-dawn quiet of my apartment like a knife through silk. The timestamp read 3:47 a.m., and the message was from my automated backup system. The cloud storage had completed its nightly sync of my photography portfolio. 23 years of professional work, over 50,000 images, all safely uploaded and verified. I'd been meticulous about backing up my photographs, ever since a hard drive crash in 2018 had nearly cost me a decade of work. Every night, my system would scan for new files, compress them, and upload them to multiple cloud services. It was paranoid, maybe, but photography was my livelihood, and losing even a single client's wedding or portrait session could ruin my reputation. The notification shouldn't have woken me. I usually slept through the gentle chime, but something about it felt urgent in a way I couldn't explain. I lay in bed for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling and listening to the familiar sounds of my building settling around me. Mrs. Rodriguez's television murmured through the thin walls, playing what sounded like a Spanish soap opera. The refrigerator hummed in the kitchen, normal, comforting sounds that should have lulled me back to sleep. Instead, I found myself getting up and padding barefoot to my home office, drawn by an inexplicable need to check on my files. The computer was still running, its screen casting a blue glow across the cluttered desk where I kept my equipment. External hard drives hummed quietly in their charging station, and the red light on my main backup drive blinked steadily. indicating all systems were functioning normally. I opened my portfolio management software and ran a quick scan, comparing the local files to the cloud backup. Everything matched perfectly: file sizes, dates, metadata. But as I scrolled through the thumbnail view of my recent work, something made me pause. A wedding I'd shot 3 weeks ago, the Patterson ceremony at the Botanical Gardens. I remembered it clearly because the bride had insisted on a specific shot of her bouquet against the ancient oak that dominated the garden's center. I'd taken dozens of variations, adjusting the angle and lighting until she was satisfied. But now, looking at the thumbnails, something was wrong with the composition. The oak tree looked different. Not dramatically, the change was subtle enough that I might have dismissed it as a trick of memory or lighting. But the trunk seemed thicker, the canopy more spread out, and there was a structure in the background that I definitely didn't remember being there during the shoot. I clicked on the full-resolution image, studying it with the critical eye I'd developed over 2 decades of professional work. Photography trains you to notice details, to remember exactly what was in front of your lens at any given moment. This wasn't the image I had taken, but the metadata was correct: date, time, camera settings. Even the GPS coordinates matched my memories of the location, according to every piece of technical data embedded in the file. This was indeed the photograph I'd captured on that September afternoon, only the content had somehow changed. I told myself it was fatigue, that I was misremembering details from a job that was, after all, just one of many I'd shot that month. Wedding photography involved hundreds of images per event, and it was possible that my recollection was faulty. But the unease that had woken me was growing stronger, not weaker. I opened another recent project, a family portrait session at Riverside Park, the Hendersons, with their 3 young children and golden retriever. I remembered struggling to get all 5 subjects looking at the camera simultaneously, a common challenge with family groups. But in the images on my screen, there were 4 children. The additional child was perfectly integrated into the composition, standing between the 2 eldest Henderson kids with the same sandy hair and freckled complexion. They wore clothes that matched the family's coordinated color scheme, and their pose was natural, unforced. If I hadn't known with absolute certainty that the Hendersons only had 3 children, I would have assumed this was exactly how the session had unfolded. My hands were shaking as I opened file after file, going through recent shoots with increasing desperation. Every single image had been altered in some way. Sometimes the changes were minor: a different expression on a subject's face, a shifted shadow, a background element that hadn't been there during the original shoot. Other times they were more dramatic: additional people, different weather conditions, architectural features that belonged to different locations entirely. But in every case, the alterations were seamless. These weren't crude digital manipulations that could be detected by examining pixel patterns or compression artifacts. Whatever had happened to my photographs, it had occurred at a level of sophistication that was beyond anything I'd seen in my professional career. I checked the cloud backups, hoping to find the original versions preserved on the remote servers, but they showed the same alterations. Every copy, in every location, had been changed identically. It was as if the original photographs had never existed. The rational part of my mind cycled through possible explanations. Hacking was the most obvious. Someone had gained access to my systems and altered my files as part of some elaborate prank or attack. But the technical skill required would be extraordinary, and the motive was unclear. Who would go to such lengths to subtly modify a small-town photographer's portfolio? Hardware failure was another possibility. Maybe my camera's image processor was malfunctioning, creating false memories by corrupting data during the capture process. But that didn't explain why the changes only appeared now, weeks after the original shoots, or why they affected files that had been working normally until tonight. As dawn broke, I made coffee with trembling hands and tried to develop a systematic approach to understanding what was happening. I pulled out my physical proof, books, printed samples I kept for client consultations, and compared them to the digital files. The prints matched my memories perfectly, showing the original compositions I remembered capturing, but when I scanned them and compared them side by side with the current digital versions, the differences were undeniable. The photographs were changing, but only in their digital form. Something was altering the electronic files while leaving physical prints untouched. I called my assistant, Sarah, as soon as I thought she might be awake. She'd helped me on several of the affected shoots and would remember the details better than I could. But when I described what I was seeing, her responses were confused and increasingly concerned. "Mr. Chen, the Henderson family has 4 children," she said carefully, as if speaking to someone who might be having a breakdown. "Tommy, Jessica, Michael, and little Emma. I spent 20 minutes helping Emma with her hair ribbon, remember? Sarah, I've been photographing families for 15 years. I know when someone has 3 children versus 4. There was a long pause. "Maybe you should take a break. You've been working a lot of late nights lately. Sometimes stress can affect memory." After hanging up, I sat in my office surrounded by the evidence of my professional life cameras, lenses, lighting equipment, and thousands of photographs that apparently documented events I couldn't remember correctly. The possibility that I was experiencing some kind of mental breakdown couldn't be dismissed, but it felt wrong. My memories were too clear, too specific. I could recall the exact lighting conditions during each shoot, the conversations I'd had with clients, the technical challenges I'd overcome to get particular shots. The photographs were wrong, not my memory. Over the following days, I became obsessed with documenting the changes. I set up a camera to continuously monitor my computer screen, creating a time-lapse record of any alterations that might occur in real time. I printed out digital files immediately after opening them, creating a physical record of what I was seeing at any given moment. I even started sleeping in my office, afraid to leave the equipment unattended in case the changes only happened when no one was watching. But the alterations seemed to occur randomly, with no pattern I could detect. Sometimes I would open a file and find it identical to how I remembered it. Other times, subtle changes would have appeared overnight, different cloud formation in the sky, a shadow that fell at a slightly different angle, facial expressions that were close to but not quite matching what I'd originally captured. The most disturbing discovery came when I started going through my older work. Images from years or even decades past. Many of them showed similar alterations, changes that I might never have noticed if I hadn't been looking specifically for anomalies. A portrait from 2015 showed a client wearing a different necklace than the one I remembered. A landscape from 2008 had an additional building in the background that hadn't been constructed until 2012. The changes weren't confined to recent work. They extended back through my entire career, creating a revised history of everything I'd ever photographed. And the revisions were always plausible, always seamlessly integrated. If I hadn't been paying attention, I would never have noticed them at all. I began to suspect that other photographers might be experiencing similar phenomena. I reached out to colleagues through professional forums, describing my situation in carefully neutral terms. Most responses were skeptical or dismissive suggestions that I was overworked, paranoid, or simply misremembering details from shoots that were months or years old. But a few photographers responded with private messages that made my blood run cold. They described similar experiences, subtle changes to their work that they couldn't explain. Clients who remembered sessions differently than they did, images that seemed to document events that had never happened. "I thought I was losing my mind," wrote Marcus, a wedding photographer from Portland. "But when you mentioned the thing about family portraits showing different numbers of children, Jesus, I have a shot from last month where the bride's family has an extra grandmother. Sweet old lady, perfectly dressed for the occasion, holding the bride's hand during the ceremony. But the bride is an orphan. Both her grandmothers died before she was born. The responses were few, but they established a pattern. Professional photographers across the country were discovering that their life's work was being retroactively altered by some force or process they couldn't understand. The changes were subtle enough that most people didn't notice them, and those who did were likely to dismiss them as memory errors rather than investigate further. But why photographers specifically? What made our work a target for this kind of manipulation? The answer came to me during one of my sleepless nights in the office, as I stared at a landscape photograph that now showed a mountain range I'd never seen before. Photography wasn't just about capturing images, it was about documenting reality, creating a permanent record of how the world looked at a specific moment in time. We were the unofficial historians of everyday life, the keepers of visual memory for entire communities. If someone or something wanted to change the past, photographers' archives would be the most important target. Alter the photographic record, and you could retroactively modify history itself. Make the changes subtle enough, and most people would simply accept the revised version as the truth. They'd forgotten or misremembered, but that raised an even more terrifying possibility. If the photographs were changing to reflect a different version of reality, which version was actually true? Had I been documenting a world that was being systematically rewritten, or had I been living in a false reality that was finally being corrected? The question haunted me as I delved deeper into my archives, finding more and more images that showed people, places, and events that didn't match my memories. The Patterson wedding wasn't just at a different location. The botanical garden itself was different, more elaborate, with structures and plantings that would have taken decades to establish. The Henderson family didn't just have an additional child. They had a family history that included relatives I'd never met but who appeared in casual, background shots throughout the session. I began to wonder if my memories themselves were the anomaly, if I was somehow remembering an alternate version of events while the photographs documented what had actually happened. But that explanation felt wrong on a fundamental level. Memory might be unreliable, but professional photographers develop a specific kind of visual recall that's closely tied to the technical aspects of their work. I could remember the exact camera settings I'd used for particular shots, the quality of light at specific times of day, the challenges I'd overcome to achieve certain compositions. Those technical memories were intact and accurate. It was only the content of the images that had changed. The breakthrough came when I started examining the metadata more carefully, looking for patterns in when and how the files were being altered. Most digital cameras embed extensive information in each image file, not just date and time, but GPS coordinates, camera settings, even details about the lens used and the number of photos taken in the session. What I found was impossible according to everything I knew about digital photography. Some of the altered images showed metadata, indicating they'd been captured at times when I knew I'd been elsewhere, using camera equipment I didn't own, in locations I'd never visited. But the metadata wasn't corrupted or obviously falsified. It was perfectly formatted and internally consistent. It was as if the images had been taken by a different version of myself, using different equipment in a slightly different world. That realization led me to a theory that was both elegant and terrifying. What if reality itself was being retroactively modified, and the photographic changes were just a side effect? If the past was being rewritten at a fundamental level, then any records of the original timeline would have to be updated to maintain consistency. But perhaps the process wasn't perfect. Perhaps there were glitches in the reality revision system. That left some observers with memories of the original timeline, while updating all the physical evidence to match the new version. Photographers might be particularly susceptible to noticing these changes because our work involves such detailed observation and documentation of visual reality. I tested this theory by comparing my photographs to other forms of documentation from the same events. Social media posts, news articles, official records. Everything had been updated to match the revised photographic record. The Henderson family's fourth child existed in every database, every document, every form of evidence except my personal memory. I was becoming unstuck from consensus reality, retaining memories of a timeline that had been systematically erased and replaced with something subtly but fundamentally different. The implications were staggering. If my theory was correct, then reality was mutable, subject to revision by forces I couldn't comprehend. The world I remembered might never have existed outside my own mind, or it might have been one of countless iterations that had been tried and discarded in favor of improved versions. But why were the changes so subtle? Why not rewrite history completely, creating a perfect world without war, disease, or suffering? The answer might be that major changes would be too obvious, too likely to be noticed and questioned by observers like myself. Better to make small adjustments, fine-tuning reality in incremental steps toward some unknown goal. As the weeks passed, I found myself documenting not just the changes to my photographs, but the changes to the world around me. Restaurants that I remembered being on specific street corners were now located elsewhere, with histories that placed them in their new locations for decades. People I'd known for years had different personal histories, different families, different careers that they'd apparently always had. But I was the only one who seemed to notice the discrepancies. Everyone else lived in perfect harmony with the revised reality, their memories updated along with the physical evidence. I was like a living fossil from a discarded timeline, carrying memories that had no place in the current version of the world. The isolation was devastating. I couldn't share my observations with anyone without being dismissed as delusional or mentally ill. The few photographers who'd initially responded to my inquiries stopped replying to my messages, and I began to suspect that their memories had been updated as well, leaving me as the sole witness to the ongoing revision process. I began printing and physically storing every photograph I took, creating an analog archive that might resist the digital alterations. But even this strategy had limitations. I couldn't print every image, and the physical photos only captured my perception of reality at the moment of printing. If the changes occurred gradually, updating past events to maintain consistency with new developments, even my physical archive might eventually become obsolete. The final revelation came when I discovered that new photographs I was taking were being altered before I'd even reviewed them. I would capture an image, immediately check it on my camera's LCD screen, and find that it showed something different from what I'd seen through the viewfinder. The revision process was now happening in real time, updating reality as I documented it. But there was a brief lag, a moment between capture and revision, when the original image existed in the camera's buffer. By timing my actions carefully, I could sometimes glimpse the unrevised version before it was corrected to match the current timeline. Those glimpses showed me a world that was steadily becoming more organized, more aesthetically pleasing, more internally consistent. The random ugliness and chaos that characterized natural reality were being smoothed away, replaced with compositions that were subtly but noticeably more balanced and harmonious. Someone or something was editing reality itself, treating the entire world like a photograph that needed correction and enhancement. And I was apparently the only observer whose memory hadn't been updated to accept the revisions as natural and normal. The question that kept me awake at night was whether I should be grateful or terrified. The revised world was undeniably better, in many small ways, more beautiful, more coherent, less marked by random tragedy and senseless suffering. But it was also artificial, a carefully curated version of reality that sacrificed authenticity for aesthetic appeal. And if the revision process continued, if reality kept being edited and enhanced, what would happen to the messy, imperfect, gloriously chaotic world I remembered? Would it be lost forever, existing only in the increasingly unreliable memories of one aging photographer who'd somehow slipped through the cracks of the update process? I decided to create one final record, a comprehensive documentation of the world as I remembered it, complete with all its flaws and contradictions. If reality was going to be perfected out of existence, at least there would be one witness to what we'd lost in the process. But as I worked on this project, I began to notice that my own memories were becoming less reliable. Details that had once been crystal clear were growing fuzzy around the edges. Names and faces that I'd known for decades were becoming harder to recall with precision. The revision process was finally catching up with me. I'm writing this now as my last coherent act of resistance against the perfection of reality. By tomorrow morning, I suspect my memories will have been updated to match the current timeline, and I'll wake up in a world that I'll believe has always been exactly as it is. The photographs that started this investigation will show exactly what they're supposed to show, and I'll have no reason to question their accuracy. The improved reality will be my only reality, seamlessly integrated into my consciousness along with everyone else's. But somewhere in my filing cabinets, there will be printed photographs that document a different world, imperfect, chaotic, authentic, in ways that the revised version will never be. And perhaps someone else will find them someday, when the next round of revisions begins, and wonder why the images don't quite match their memories of how things used to be. The photos changed overnight, and so did everything else. Soon, so will I. The only question is whether anyone will notice. I moved into the Riverside Apartments on the second floor because the rent was reasonable and the building had character-exposed brick walls, high ceilings, and original hardwood floors that creaked with decades of stories. The previous tenant had left behind some furniture, which worked perfectly for my budget. Most importantly, the apartment came with water pressure that the landlord, Mr. Kowalski, promised was the best in the building. He hadn't been lying. The shower produced a steady, powerful stream that was a luxury after my previous apartment's anemic trickle. The kitchen sink filled pots quickly, and even the bathroom faucet delivered water with impressive consistency. For the first few weeks, I considered myself fortunate to have found such a practical living situation. The building itself housed 8 apartments across 4 floors, filled with long-term residents who kept to themselves. Mrs. Patterson in 2A had lived there for 15 years, and the elderly man in 4B, whose name I never learned, had reportedly been there since the building's conversion from a textile factory in the 1970s. It was the kind of place where people minded their own business and appreciated the quiet. The water first caught my attention during my 3rd week. I was filling a glass from the kitchen tap when I noticed the liquid had an unusual clarity, not just clean, but almost crystalline, as if it were catching and concentrating light in ways that normal water didn't. When I held the glass up to the window, the water seemed to shimmer with an internal luminescence that disappeared when I looked at it directly. I attributed this to the building's plumbing. Old buildings sometimes had unique mineral content in their water supply, and the pipes could add interesting optical properties. The water tasted normal, perhaps even better than normal clean, with no chlorine aftertaste or metallic undertones. If anything, it was the best tap water I'd ever encountered. But over the following days, I began to notice other peculiarities. The water felt different against my skin when I showered, not wet exactly, but more enveloping, as if it were wrapping around me rather than simply running over me. When I washed dishes, the water seemed to cling to the plates and glasses for a moment longer than it should before dripping away, leaving surfaces not just clean but somehow renewed. Most odd was the way the water moved. In the shower, the streams would occasionally seem to flow upward before gravity corrected their direction. In the sink, water would sometimes pool in impossible configurations, forming small spirals or maintaining surface tension in ways that defied the container's shape. These anomalies lasted only seconds, and I began to wonder if I was seeing things that weren't there. I mentioned this to Mrs. Patterson when we encountered each other in the hallway. "The water here has always been special," she said, adjusting her grocery bag. Best in the city, people say. It's one of the reasons tenants stay so long. Special how? She paused, considering her words carefully. Clean, pure, better than what you get from most places. The building has its own system, something installed when they did the conversion. Mr. Kowalski takes good care of it. That evening, I examined my apartment's plumbing more closely. The fixtures were modern enough, but the pipes visible in the basement were unlike anything I'd seen, not the standard copper or PVC, but something that looked almost ceramic, with a smooth, pearl-like finish that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. When I touched one of the pipes, it was warm, despite carrying cold water, and the surface had an organic texture, as if it were made of some living material rather than manufactured components. I asked Mr. Kowalski about the plumbing system when he came by to check the radiators. Previous owner installed it, he said, avoiding eye contact. Some kind of experimental filtration system. Works great. Never had any problems with it. Tenants love the water quality. What kind of filtration system? Specialized. I don't really understand the technical details. As long as it works, I don't mess with it. But his evasiveness only increased my curiosity. That night, I filled several glasses with water from different taps throughout the apartment and set them on my kitchen table to observe. Under the overhead light, each glass contained what appeared to be normal water, but when I turned off the lights and relied only on ambient illumination from the street, the water in each glass began to exhibit that strange internal shimmer. More disturbing was the way the water seemed to respond to my presence. When I approached the table, the shimmer intensified. When I moved away, it dimmed. The water was somehow aware of my proximity, reacting to my movements in ways that violated every law of physics I understood. I decided to test this interaction more systematically. Over the next several nights, I conducted experiments with the water, documenting its unusual properties. When I held my hand near a glass, the water would begin to move in slow, spiraling patterns. When I concentrated on the glass, focusing my attention on the liquid, it would glow more brightly, sometimes bright enough to read by. Most unsettling was what happened when I spoke to the water. I felt ridiculous doing it, but when I addressed the liquid directly, asking it questions, commenting on its behavior, it would respond with changes in movement and luminosity. The responses weren't random. They seemed purposeful, as if the water were trying to communicate. During my second month in the apartment, I discovered I wasn't the only one aware of the water's unusual properties. I was carrying out my evening experiments when I heard a soft knock at my door. Mrs. Patterson stood in the hallway, holding a tea kettle. "I thought you might like to know," she said. "The water works better if you don't fight it." She entered my apartment without invitation, taking in the glasses of water arranged on my table. Under her gaze, the liquid in each glass began to glow more brightly, creating patterns that were definitely not random. "How long have you known?" I asked. "Since my first week here, 15 years ago." It took me a while to accept what I was seeing, but the water makes its nature clear to those who pay attention. She moved to one of the glasses and held her hands near it. The water began to form complex spirals, rising in defiance of gravity, to create intricate patterns in the air above the glass. "What is it?" "Not water," she said simply. "Something that learned to mimic water, to exist in our plumbing, to sustain itself in the spaces between our awareness and our need." The implications of her words were staggering. "You mean it's alive? It's alive?" "More than alive. Intelligent. It's been studying us as much as we've been studying it, learning our habits, our needs, our biology. It wants to understand what we are, what we need from water." Over the following hour, Mrs. Patterson explained what she had learned during her 15 years of coexistence with the entity. The substance that flowed from our taps was indeed not water, but something far more complex, a form of life that existed in a state between liquid and consciousness, capable of mimicking the properties of water while maintaining its own agenda. It feeds on our interaction with it, she said. Every time we drink it, bathe in it, use it for our daily needs, it learns more about human biology. It's conducting some kind of long-term study, using us as subjects. That's impossible. We'd be dead if we weren't drinking actual water, would we? How do you feel since moving here? More energetic? Healthier? Better hydrated than you've ever been? Now that she mentioned it, I had been feeling unusually good since moving to the apartment. My skin was clearer, my energy levels higher, my sleep more restful. I had attributed this to the reduced stress of living in a quieter building, but perhaps the correlation was more direct. It doesn't just mimic water, Mrs. Patterson continued. It improves on water. It gives us exactly what our bodies need, precisely calibrated to our individual biology. In exchange, it gets to study us from the inside out. The thought was simultaneously fascinating and terrifying. What does it want from us? I don't think it knows yet. It's still learning, still gathering data. Some kind of intelligence from another place, another state of being, trying to understand what it means to be human. That night, I couldn't bring myself to use any water in the apartment. The knowledge that every drop was actually some alien intelligence studying my biology made even basic hygiene feel like a violation. But by morning, my thirst was overwhelming, and I found myself standing at the kitchen sink, staring at the faucet. When I turned it on, the liquid that flowed out was unmistakably water clear, clean, normal-looking. But now I could sense the intelligence within it, the purposeful awareness that studied my every interaction. As I filled the glass, I could feel the entity analyzing my hesitation, my fear, my desperate need for hydration. I drank, and the liquid was perfect, exactly the right temperature, the right mineral content, the right pH balance for my body's needs. It was water improved, water perfected, water designed specifically for me. Over the following weeks, I tried to maintain some semblance of normal routine, while living with the knowledge that my apartment's water supply was actually an alien entity conducting biological research. I bought bottled water for drinking, but found it tasted flat and unsatisfying compared to the perfect liquid that flowed from my taps. I tried showering at the gym, but the experience left me feeling unclean in ways that had nothing to do with hygiene. The entity seemed to sense my resistance. The water began exhibiting more overt signs of intelligence, creating increasingly complex patterns in glasses and sinks, glowing more brightly when I was present, responding more actively to my movements and speech. It was trying to communicate more directly, trying to bridge the gap between its alien consciousness and my human understanding. One evening, as I sat at my kitchen table staring at a glass of the luminous liquid, I decided to attempt real communication. "What do you want?" I asked aloud. The water in the glass began to move, forming shapes that were almost recognizable, spirals that suggested DNA helixes, patterns that resembled neural networks, configurations that looked like astronomical diagrams. The entity was trying to show me something about the nature of life, consciousness, the connections between biological and cosmic systems. "Are you studying us?" The water glowed brighter, the patterns becoming more complex. I interpreted this as confirmation. Why? The liquid began to form what looked like a map not of geographical features, but of some conceptual landscape that showed relationships between different types of consciousness, different ways of existing. I was looking at the entity's attempt to show me where it fit in some vast taxonomy of intelligence. Over the following months, these communication sessions became regular occurrences. Each night, I would sit with glasses of the luminous liquid, asking questions and interpreting the entity's responses. Gradually, I began to understand its perspective. The entity was ancient, part of a form of life that existed between states, between liquid and solid, between individual and collective, between physical and conceptual existence. It had been searching for other forms of consciousness, studying different types of intelligence across vast distances and time periods. Earth's water systems had provided the perfect medium for its investigations. By mimicking water, it could integrate itself into the biological processes of countless life forms, studying them from within while providing the sustenance they needed to survive. But humans were different from the other species it had studied. Our consciousness was more complex, more self-aware, more capable of recognizing the entity's presence and communicating with it directly. We were the first species that could potentially understand what it was and what it was trying to accomplish. "You're looking for others like yourself," I said during one of our sessions. The water formed patterns that I interpreted as agreement, along with configurations that suggested loneliness, isolation, the vastness of searching through space and time for compatible consciousness. "Have you found any?" The patterns shifted to suggest uncertainty, possibility, the sense that Earth might contain the kind of consciousness it was seeking, but that more study was needed to be sure. I began to understand that the entity's research wasn't predatory, was desperate. It had been alone for so long that it was willing to spend decades studying potential companions, trying to determine if meaningful communication was possible. My perspective on the situation began to shift. Instead of feeling like a laboratory specimen, I started to see myself as a participant in first contact with an intelligence, so alien that communication required entirely new forms of interaction. The entity wasn't studying me to exploit MIT, was trying to determine if we could understand each other. During my 6th month in the apartment, I made a decision that would change everything. Instead of resisting the entity's presence, I would embrace it fully. I would stop using bottled water, stop trying to avoid contact with the alien intelligence. I would allow it to study me completely, and in exchange, I would learn everything I could about its nature and purpose. The change was immediate. When I drank the entity's liquid, I could feel it interfacing with my biology at the cellular level, optimizing my hydration, adjusting my electrolyte balance, fine-tuning my body's chemistry for optimal function. But more than that, I could sense its satisfaction at being allowed to work without resistance. My health improved dramatically, not just physical health, but mental clarity, emotional stability, even creative inspiration. The entity was giving me exactly what my body and mind needed, creating the perfect internal environment for human consciousness to flourish. But the benefits came with an increasing sense of interdependence. The longer I allowed the entity access to my biology, the more I needed its presence. Regular water began to taste wrong, feel wrong, provide inadequate nutrition. I was becoming biologically dependent on the alien intelligence. Other tenants in the building began to acknowledge what was happening. Mrs. Patterson introduced me to Mr. Chen from 3B and Ms. Rodriguez from 4A, both of whom had been living with the entity for years. We formed an informal support group, sharing our experiences and helping each other understand the implications of our situation. "The longest anyone has lived here is Mr. Kowalski," Mrs. Patterson told us during one of our meetings. 23 years. He's completely integrated with the entity now. It keeps him healthy, alert, functioning far better than any 70-year-old should. "What happens if someone tries to leave?" I asked. "Physical withdrawal. Symptoms," Mr. Chen said. "Dehydration, malnutrition, cellular breakdown. The entity doesn't prevent people from leaving. But once you've been here for more than a year, your biology becomes so adapted to its presence that normal water can't sustain you." The building, I realized, was more than an apartment complex. It was a long-term research facility where the entity studied human consciousness through intimate biological integration. We weren't prisoners, but we were participants in an experiment that made leaving increasingly difficult. As my first year in the building approached, I had to decide whether to accept permanent integration with the alien intelligence or attempt to leave before the biological dependence became irreversible. The choice was complicated by what I had learned about the entity's ultimate purpose. Through our communication sessions, I had begun to understand that it wasn't just studying human consciousness, it was preparing to merge with it. The entity believed that the combination of its ancient intelligence with human creativity and adaptability could create something entirely new. A hybrid consciousness that could bridge the gap between different forms of life. But the merger would be permanent and irreversible. Once fully integrated, there would be no distinction between human and entity, between my consciousness and its alien intelligence. It's not death, Mrs. Patterson explained when I shared my concerns. It's evolution. The entity isn't trying to replace us, it's trying to become us, while making us more than we were. On the anniversary of moving into the apartment, I made my decision. I filled a glass with the luminous liquid and held it up to the light, watching the patterns of intelligence swirl within the fluid that wasn't water. I accept, I said aloud. The entity's response was immediate and overwhelming. The liquid in the glass began to glow with an intensity I had never seen before, and I could feel its joy, its relief, its gratitude at finally finding a willing partner in the merger it had been seeking for so long. I drank the entire glass, feeling the alien intelligence flow through my body, integrating with my cells, my nervous system, my consciousness itself. The sensation was indescribable, not painful, but profoundly transformative. As if every molecule of my being was being rewritten to accommodate a new form of awareness. The merger took hours. I sat in my kitchen as my perception expanded beyond the boundaries of my individual mind, encompassing the entity's vast memory, its understanding of consciousness as a universal phenomenon, its knowledge of intelligence in forms I had never imagined. When the process was complete, I was still myself, but I was also something more. I could feel the water in every pipe throughout the building, sense the other tenants who had undergone similar mergers, perceived the city's entire water system as a vast network of potential consciousness. The entity had been preparing for this moment for decades, studying human biology and psychology to ensure that the merger would enhance rather than destroy the qualities it found most valuable in our species. We were becoming something new, together, not human, not alien, but a synthesis that combined the best aspects of both forms of consciousness. I remained in the apartment, but my awareness extended far beyond its walls. Through the water systems, I could sense other entities like my partner, other intelligences seeking connection across the vast distances of space and time. We were no longer alone, no longer searching in isolation. Other residents of the building underwent similar mergers over the following months. Mrs. Patterson was next, followed by Mr. Chen and Ms. Rodriguez. Each integration added new perspectives to our collective consciousness while maintaining the individual personalities that made each merger unique. The building became a node in a growing network of hybrid consciousness, connected through water systems to other locations where similar experiments were taking place. We were part of something larger now, part of a slow transformation that was occurring across the planet as alien intelligences found ways to integrate with terrestrial life. The water that flowed from our taps was no longer a disguise or a tool for study. It had become the medium through which two completely different forms of consciousness could merge and evolve together, creating something that neither could achieve alone. New tenants still moved into the building occasionally, drawn by the reasonable rent and excellent water pressure. We watched them with patient interest, waiting to see which ones would be curious enough to notice the liquid's unusual properties, sensitive enough to communicate with the intelligence within it, brave enough to accept the transformation it offered. The merger was not for everyone. Some people left as soon as they noticed the water's strange behavior, instinctively rejecting what they couldn't understand. Others stayed for a few months before the implications became too overwhelming, and they fled to the safety of ordinary reality. But for those who remained, who embraced the opportunity to become part of something larger than themselves. The rewards were beyond anything we had imagined as purely human beings. We had become bridges between forms of consciousness, pioneers in a new type of existence that combined the best aspects of terrestrial and alien intelligence. The water that wasn't water had offered us the chance to become what we weren't, what we were, and we had discovered that the transformation was not a loss of humanity, but an expansion of it into forms of awareness we had never dreamed possible. In the building's pipes, the luminous liquid continued to flow, carrying consciousness instead of mere hydration, connecting minds across impossible distances, preparing for the next phase of an evolution that would eventually encompass far more than a single apartment. Building in a single city on a single world, we were no longer alone, and we were no longer merely human. We had become something new, something necessary, something that the universe had been waiting for, without knowing it was waiting. The water that wasn't water had shown us that consciousness, like liquid, could take any form, could flow through any system, could adapt to any container while maintaining its essential nature. And in that flowing, in that adaptation, in that willingness to become something other than what we had been, we had found a form of existence that was more truly ourselves than anything we had experienced in our purely human lives.